Wake us up before the rising of the sun. We tell him thank you for the wonderful rain that he has given us. Thank you for taking care of us. Thank you for providing for us. He provides for us. Hence the reason why the rain is here to wash our land, to give us clean water, to make his people healthy so we could grow food to nourish our body. So when we're strong and healthy, we come before him with nothing in our hands that we bring, but we simply cling to the cross. We come boldly to the throne of grace. We come to worship him in spirit and in truth. We come to exalt his name this morning. We come to glorify him. We come to tell him thanks for sending his son Jesus, who died for us, the son that loved us. He gave us abundant love, that he know he loved us. He died for us. He sacrificed his only son for us. He's the suffering savior. He suffered for his children. My Lord, my God, my King. So this morning I honor you. This morning we glorify you. This morning we lift you up high. We lift the name of Jesus, because the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. He is the Son of the living God. So let us worship that Son in spirit and in truth. Let us worship him in beauty and in holiness. We tell him thank you. This morning, my God, my Father, I bring the elders to you. I bring the sick and the afflicted one to you. My God, you know each and every one will be that way. The time is coming. But my Lord, my God, so we offer ourselves to you, O God, in prayer. We come to thee, O God, and we tell you to help the sick. Lay your hands on each and every one of them. Make them see the bright and beautiful day. Is a day that you made with your own hand. As David said, we bless you all the time. So as David said, we bless the Lord at all times. His name shall be continually be in our mouth. Let the Lord's name be in our mouth and in our heart, so we could tell him thank you. Thank you for great things that he has done. For that this morning, remember the farmers going out there. Remember the fishermen have to go out there. They have to brace all weather. Mighty God, I bring them in the hand of the capable Father, for the Father to hold on to them, give them a safe direction, and bring them back home to the family in the name of Jesus. We need them, oh God. They bring food to the supper table. So provide for God, because God providing for us and God helping them, so they always bring food. So bless them, oh God, Father. This morning, let us feel the presence of God. Let God be in our hearts. He gave us his word. He says his word is a lamp unto our feet and a light unto our path. So let us walk in with the word of Jesus in our heart. Let us tell it to our children and our family of the goodness of the Lord, because God is great. He's great and he's mighty. He's mighty in battle. He's mighty. As he said, give us a weapon. He said, no weapon shall form against us, shall prosper. A God is a mighty God. He can pull down stronghold. He casting away doubt and argument. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. So we come, oh God, Master. We bring everyone to you, God, this morning. We bring them to you on bending knees. We lift up our hand. We say, thank you, God, for great things that you have done. Help us, oh God, sweet Jesus. Remember your children going to school. Give them a safe journey, oh God, knowing that the weather is bad. Take the wheel of the bus driver. Take control of it, oh God. Take them to the safe destination and bring them back, oh God. Let them sing song in the heart, because let them remember the Lord in the heart, in the name of Jesus. And we tell you, thank you, oh God. Father, this morning, you say we must pray for those who is in high position, high authority. We ask you, oh God, Master, bless them, oh God, Father. Straighten them out, oh God, Father. We put them there, oh God, Master. We put them over to rule over the nation. Oh God, Father, help them, Father. They cannot do it without you. We taught you they are nothing, and we taught you they can't do nothing. So bless them and bless their ministers. Bless the opposition leader too. Bless each and every one of them. Let them rule well. Let them oppose well in the name of Jesus. Bless Dr. Keith Mitchell. Bless his family. He has walked well over the past to look after Grenada, Carrico, and Pretty Matnick in the name of Jesus. As I pray to you, God, Father, bless each and every one. Remember the police officer. Remember the doctors and the nurses. We bless everyone. Tooth moon, tooth bagay. We bless you. Bring them all before the throne of grace this morning. We bring them all on bending knees, oh God. So we worship no other than the living God. We remember, oh God, Mr. Andre Donald. Remember wherever he is. Bless that man servant of yours. Remember the good things he done for the nation in the name of Jesus. Hallelujah. We give you, Father, the highest praise. The highest praise is hallelujah, because you look after us. You help us, oh God. When we're done, we call upon your mighty name, because your name is mighty indeed. You're mighty as a mighty in battle. We call upon the one, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, to help us, oh God, Father, riding with your chariot, riding great Emmanuel. Bless us, oh God, Father, my Lord, my God, my King. Bring in your healing powers and heal the nation in the name of Jesus. And we tell you thank you. Father, I remember the radio station. Remember them, oh God, Father, as I tell you thank you, oh God, for each and every one, the Real FM family. Bless the radio station. Bless CJ. Bless Carl Caton. Bless each and every one who attend the radio station. And bless the listening public in the name of Jesus. We want peace, oh God, the peace that passes all our understanding in the name of Jesus. Father, remember the teachers too. Bless the teachers, each and every one. Remember Sister Kami. Bless her too. Sister Jacob. Everyone who call upon you this morning on bending knees. Hear the prayer, oh God. There is no distance in prayer in the name of Jesus. So Father, you taught me to say, whenever we pray, we must say, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. That will be done on us as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. And we say amen, amen. Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah to the Lamb of God. Bless the Lamb of God. Bless the nation as a whole in the name of Jesus. And we say amen, amen, amen. Good morning to you, darling. Good morning to Grenada Caricon Pretty Matnick again.
Good morning, Miss Matheson. How are you?
I'm not too bad this
Good.
morning.
I heard you got rain.
Oh, plenty.
Oh,
I can't even go out.
same here.
But
It is raining cats and dogs. It raining men. It raining everything.
everything up here, we're getting goats and sheep, everybody. And sheep stand up in the rain. They can't
Yes,
move. They
I
can't
think they're
move.
shocked.
Yeah, they're shocked. We never had it so good.
Oh
Thanks
my,
the Almighty God. He's
that's
blessing
true.
everyone. The rain comfort on the just and the unjust. Not
You
you
know,
alone.
you know, we
Everybody
come.
gets it.
You know, we complain about when we get too much rain or it's too hot, but it's like we need both of them to survive, really.
Amen.
Yeah.
We are a nation, we complain all the time, even from the beginning of time.
Mm-hmm.
When we get too much, we complain. When we don't get anything, we still complain.
Yes,
But the
yes.
Lord, thank God, God is just, He gave us a listening ear. He did just listen to the nation, and He
True.
gave us our just reward.
True. All right. Have a good day
You have a
now.
beautiful day. Have a
You.
nice weekend.
You too.
And I'm waiting and listening to you in the name of Jesus. God bless you. You're
Thank you.
fantastic.
Oh,
You're doing a
thanks.
fantastic job.
We all
Amen.
try. We try.
God
We know
bless
we
you.
cannot replace him, but we try.
Oh yes, he's one. He's always there from the
Yeah, he's
beginning,
good at
so
what
we're
he
missing
does.
it.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, but those who coming up after him, oh God, oh, they say young people, young mind, you're doing very well. Yes.
When
So
you say that young word, don't use it too loosely.
no, I don't want to use it too loose because we are getting there. Close your eyes and open it, and we're much older.
I know. All right, take
God,
care.
you
Okay,
have a
bye
nice
bye.
day. You have a nice day. God
You
bless
too.
you.
Okay,
God
bye
bless
bye.
everyone. Bye bye.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Hey, drums, come in anytime you feel like.
I say we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You gotta be careful. How you move when you move it. Which you going. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk, where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk.
In your search for happiness, you got to leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise.
Are you interested in getting an affordable entertainment package that would serve your every need? Do you own a Fire Stick, Smart TV, or Android box? If the answer is yes, we have news. We can offer you a package that would cost you less than $9 per month. Yes, that's just $200 for the entire year. You would get over 9,000 live TV channels, 31,000 movies, and 4,000 TV shows for your entertainment. These channels include shows, entertainment, sports, news, movies, comedy, and lots more, including international, Caribbean, and local channels. Watch on your smart TV, phones, tablets, PC, laptop, and Fire Stick. We can also supply you with an HD Android box that would convert your TV into a smart TV. Not convinced? Then test our service now for 36 hours free. For more information, call or WhatsApp DP Marketing at 473-457-3546.
The St. Andrews Development Organization, the Pink Ribbon Society, and the Grenada Cancer Society presents Faith Over Fear, Breast Cancer Awareness 2022, dedicated to the memory of Miss Margaret Gibson Develot on Saturday, October 29th, from Progress Park to Prada's Pub Shed in Soubise. Hosted by Keith P.Q. Mark, entertainment and giveaways with live band music by the Octane Band. Sponsored by Blue Bubbles PA Rental and Event Supplies Company and the Original Clocksman. Faith Over Fear, Breast Cancer Awareness 2022. The St. Andrews Development Organization, the Pink Ribbon Society, and the Grenada Cancer Society presents Faith Over Fear, Breast Cancer Awareness 2022, dedicated to the memory of Miss Margaret Gibson Develot on Saturday, October 29th, from Progress Park to Prada's Pub Shed in Soubise. Hosted by Keith P.Q. Mark, entertainment and giveaways with live band music by the Octane Band. Sponsored by Blue Bubbles PA Rental and Event Supplies Company and the Original Clocksman. Faith Over Fear, Breast Cancer Awareness 2022.
Introducing the Grenlec mobile app. You can now get your bill balance and easily track energy usage for your home or business. Report and receive alerts about power outages. Plus, stay up to date by receiving the latest notifications. Yes, the Grenlec app keeps you connected anytime, anywhere. The Grenlec mobile app. Download for 24/7 access.
There comes a time in every household when a loved one passes on, and we all need the support and guidance of a trusted friend. Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home has been your dedicated friend. And now, for your convenience and added financial ease, we introduce specially designed complete funeral packages from as low as $5,500. Same professional quality services, but now greater choices at the lowest possible prices. As you prepare to enter your loved one into eternal rest, visit Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home and select a package that brings added comfort to the entire family. Conditions apply. Serving you from locations in St. George's, Grenville, and Carriacou. Call us at 440-2302 any time of day. Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home, continuing a tradition of excellence.
Football action continues at the Kireli James and Lennox Stadium this this weekend in the 12th annual YG Super Knockout Football Tournament. It's week 3, and on Saturday 29th from 7 p.m. Game 1, it's a derby as two teams from St. David's clash. Eastside 11 Devils comes up against Blast St. David's Football Club. Then at 9 p.m., Prince Park Rangers versus Spice Mobile Island Sports Club. Then on Sunday, another 2 matches. Carlos Electrical Happy Hill U19 takes on Montreal Sports Club at 6 p.m. And in game 2 at 8 p.m. Antillean Group GBSS versus Hard Rock Sports Club. Admission to both games, $20. The 12th annual Wagiti Super Knockout Football Tournament is on. Don't miss a game.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking.
I'm telling you, the weather outside today is not an enticing one. Pleasure, good morning to everybody locking it down inside of Radio Land. It's real. It's 91.9 on the radio dial. My time check for you is 18 minutes past 7 o'clock. And this morning, we have a wonderful program in stores for you guys on the XTention. Good morning to the people via the WhatsApp. What's up, Caroline? Everything good? Good morning to Dave Felix. Good morning to Michelle Alexander, Maxine Belfon, Deborah Laborde, and Andrews. All you good? The big guys out the way.
Hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care. In that jungle out there,
Keep it real. Stay there.
you got to be careful. You got
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandin sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
The Housing Authority offers products that people can choose from, products that people can access. And I think anyone looking to build, just call the Housing Authority of Grenada. The service was superb. Every step of the way, they collaborated with the owner, they collaborated with the builder. The builder himself was really good. For what I've seen them do, I have to say that from buildings they have done in the past, to where they are now. They have come up to speed with modern trends, modern designs, and I think I will advise anybody.
Football action continues at the Kireli James Athletic Stadium this weekend in the 12th annual Wangiji Super Knockout Football Tournament. It's week 3, and on Saturday 29th from 7 p.m. Game 1, it's a derby as two teams from St. David's clash. Eastside 11 Devils comes up against Blast St. David's Football Club. Then at 9 p.m., Queen's Park Rangers versus Spice Mobile Island Sports Club. Then on Sunday, another 2 matches. Carlos Electrical Happy Hill U19 takes on Montreal Sports Club at 6 p.m. and in game 2 at 8 p.m. Antillean Group GBSS versus Hard Rock Sports Club. Admission to both games $20. The 12th annual Wagiti Super Knockout Football Tournament is on. Don't miss a game.
Merry Christmas from Real FM 91.9 and 91.5.
Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolf in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful.
The St. Andrews Development Organization, the Pink Ribbon Society, and the Grenada Cancer Society presents Faith Over Fear, Breast Cancer Awareness 2022, dedicated to the memory of Miss Margaret Gibson Develot on Saturday, October 29th, from Progress Park to Prada's Pub Shed in Soubise. Hosted by Keith PQ Mark, entertainment and giveaways with live band music by the Octane Band. Sponsored by Blue Bubbles PA Rental and Event Supplies Company and the Original Clocks Band. Faith Over Fear, Breast Cancer Awareness 2022.
Are you interested in getting an affordable entertainment package that would serve your every need? Do you own a Fire Stick, Smart TV, or Android box? If the answer is yes, we have news. We can offer you a package that would cost you less than $9 per month. Yes, that's just $200 for the entire year. You would get over 9,000 live TV channels, 31,000 movies, and 4,000 TV shows for your entertainment. These channels include shows, entertainment, sports, news, movies, comedy, and lots more, including international, Caribbean, and local channels. Watch on your smart TV, phones, tablets, PC, laptop, and Fire Stick. We can also supply you with an HD Android box that would convert your TV into a smart TV. Not convinced? Then test our service now for 36 hours free. For more information, call or WhatsApp DP Marketing at 473-457-3546.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices. Or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Real FM 91.9 and 91.5. Making spirits bright with all the Christmas classics.
Well, folks, I must apologize this morning that we wouldn't be giving you the weather from the meteorological office because the phone lines is down, and I don't know why. Something must be falling along. I say, Nigwe. Then people are made sure I am a stone on a pole last night.
Maybe some slide or something.
I'm pretty sure it's a slide because when I was coming up, he had a lot of slides on the road. But it's bad weather outside, so I just can't tell them what the degrees are and the fancy stuff is. So I saying, I like a while now to see you. You know, you look young, we.
Nah, man.
Yeah.
You deal with the water already?
Water is coming up at 7:30, and it's supposed to be a live stream you had called this morning. So we're just waiting for that link up.
Okay.
Yeah. In the meantime, we're just bigging up everybody.
You'll do so?
Yeah. Everybody on already, you know. Bad weather outside, you know. My partner, you don't see weather for him. That's good
The
weather.
weather for farming, man.
For farming, you see?
Mm-hmm.
You can't go on farming that weather like too much water.
But food have to eat.
Is what kind of farming you want to do?
Slinger Francisco say you can't do that kind of thing you're talking about on hungry stomach. You know? So that's what food. Morning, folks.
Yeah. Keith Silvan, good morning to you. Mavis Megan, good morning to you. Sheldon Scott is locked in as well. He says good morning.
Baby daddy. Morning, Scotty.
Lennox is in too.
Yeah, Cynthia Bartholomew, Errol Bonaparte, Gemma Warwood, Maxwin Zico Belfon, Adrian Watts, Andrea Alexander Fithlin Harley Douglas, Michelle Alexander, Christine Otley, Deborah Laborde, Ann Andrew, Dexter Charles, Chimney Hill,
locked in.
Pat James.
You got you? All right, let's take a quick break, Igwe, and we'll come back.
All right.
With everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting to swoop down on you. And there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandin sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Introducing the Grenlec mobile app. You can now get your bill balance and easily track energy usage for your home or business. Report and receive alerts about power outages. Plus, stay up to date by receiving the latest notifications. Yes, the Grenlec app keeps you connected anytime, anywhere. The Grenlec mobile app. Download for 24/7 access.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody. Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
The Housing Authority offers products that people can choose from, products that people can access. And I think anyone looking to build, just call the Housing Authority of Grenada. The service was superb. Every step of the way, they collaborated with the owner, they collaborated with the builder. The builder himself was really good. For what I've seen them do, I have to say that from buildings they have done in the past to where they are now, they have come up to speed with modern trends, modern designs, and I think I will advise anybody.
Football action continues at the Kireli James and Lennox Stadium this weekend in the 12th annual Wangiji Super Knockout Football Tournament. It's week 3, and on Saturday 29th from 7 p.m. Game 1, it's a derby as two teams from St. David's clash. Eastside 11 Devils comes up against Blast St. David's Football Club. Then at 9 p.m., Queen's Park Rangers versus Spice Mobile Idlers Sports Club. Then on Sunday, another 2 matches. Carlos Electrical Happy Hill U19 takes on Montreal Sports Club at 6 p.m. and in game 2 at 8 p.m. Antillean Group GBSS versus Hard Rock Sports Club. Admission to both games $20. The 12th annual Wagiti Super Knockout Football Tournament is on. Don't miss a game.
We can all use some holiday cheer, so Christmas is coming early this year. Get set for all your favorite Christmas music here on Real FM.
Big way, man. The morning nice, but you don't nice.
Why?
The phone line is not working.
Okay.
You can't do without the phone line.
Morning, Evan John Roberts. Morning, Mimi.
Mimi.
And Catherine. Like some people who listen, rain, sun, or shine. Good morning, sunshine. You know who you are. Thanks for locking in. That person has already indicated they like St. Peter, they by the gate and they waiting. They say take a rally, but leave Real FM the extension for them.
I make the people let them see you this morning, man.
Eh?
Let me give them a little view, man.
And people know me, man. They see me and they know me. So they say no need to come challenge me. They say I am the ragamuffin. The man who does nice up the scene, and any boy try to challenge me. Can't make it.
They can't make it.
They go try at best. But as long as I'm around, they go be second best.
Yeah. Guaranteed. Tell
And Bernard, morning.
Yeah, we have the WhatsApp. The WhatsApp calls work though. Yeah. On the same number, 4420175. We're still waiting on Nawasa. That's why we pausing the
morning, Tommy come Moses.
The lady is still
Andre Guru Donald. Morning to you, big guy.
No,
the Dan of all Dan.
That's the tall guy. You are the big
Andre
guy.
Dan all. But always say all Dan, Andre.
Mm-hmm. We got to work that WhatsApp this morning.
Yeah, well, tell the listeners out there, once they want to get us, WhatsApp would be the medium by which they so do.
Yeah, I'll put up a thing on the screen for the WhatsApp.
Yeah, let the people know. Jocelyn Matterson, morning. So, Kester, Victor, morning. What are we waiting on now?
We're supposed to play the Nawasa. The lady wants to call in because there's a lot of lines and so on down around the country.
So we are waiting that.
We're waiting for that. But I find this sticking.
No, it is essential that the people understand what is going on, because people pride the Real FM for giving them real information. And the information the people want, whether near or far near. Hey, Igwe. So how was the past couple hours, man?
Wasn't too bad, I slept okay. I went to bed really early. I slept okay. Wasn't bad. You look well refreshed this morning too,
Nah, yesterday I managed to take some rest.
Take some rest yesterday?
Yeah. Right. And I rested all day yesterday. As a matter of fact, I don't think I ventured out of my dormitory yesterday. Yeah, I was just there having conversations with those persons who think I should speak for them, because they know this country is my constituency. Real FM is my parliament. And the people choose me.
Parliament is in class this morning.
And when Real FM Parliament talk all the groundsman gate, the situation in the groundsman, lo and behold, yesterday, all kind of backpedaling and backsliding happened yesterday. Men call back and say, not so the thing other than they trying to throw certain people under the bus.
I think we should play the water wise.
Play
the thing because the lady's here. She's in. See her. She's here.
Well, engage her.
That's right.
Morning.
This one. Number 8. Good morning.
Morning, and how are you?
How are you doing?
I am wonderful.
And who am I speaking with?
You're speaking to Jamila Lewis, and I'm Nawasa's communications supervisor.
Okay, good morning. Good. What information you got for us this morning?
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. And of course, we are aware that there are a number of water systems that are currently off due to the heavy rains that we are getting. Of course, for the parish of St. Patrick, we have the Pegiswim water system that is down, and Pegiswim serves from Pegiswim through to the entire town, extending onto Tivoli until Dunfermline in the parish of St. Andrew. We also do have the Moncton water system. It's also down. Moncton serves Moncton, Paraclete, Lafayette, Paradise, Lakabeki, and those areas. We also have the Maribor water system. So Maribor serves Maribor, Bylands, Grambra. We also have the entire town of Grenville, going on to, in some cases, onto Mackay in the parish of St. Andrew. In the parish of St. George, we have the Richmond Hill water system that is down. Richmond Hill serves Richmond Hill, Monjaloo, Marion, Defoe, Springs, and those communities. We also have Pleasance in St. Andrews, so Pleasance, Caruth, Ladigue, and those areas. And not forgetting Concord, which serves from Concord right through to the entire town of St. George. The main challenge that we are having is that those systems are blocked, and that is due to the heavy rains. Once the rains are very heavy and they are continuous, because our dams are in the river, it presents a greater challenge for Nawasa, because what will happen is that because the dams are blocked, our employees are unable to enter the river to clear those dams because of heavy river flow. So we know, for example, for Pegiswim, which serves the entire parish of St. Patrick, that system was down yesterday. It came back on last evening. But however, because of the continuous rainfall that we are having, that system is currently down. And unless we are comfortable that our employees are able to go into the river to have those dams cleared, which is the Chacha and the Zulu Dam that is serving the Pegiswim water system in particular, once we are comfortable that they are able to go in, they will go in. But once the river flow is very heavy, our team would not be able to go into the river to have those dams cleared. Our message remains for Nawasa for persons to have storage. We understand, of course, that persons clamor for advance notices, but what we are always advising persons is that we are in the rainy season, we are in the hurricane season, and with any time, and we want persons to just get this message this morning. If you've never gotten anything else from Nawasa, get this. Anytime there is heavy river flow, anytime there is heavy rains, our dams will get blocked. And once our dams are blocked, we are not able to have water distributed from the dam to the treatment plant to our customers. And what we see happening in most cases is that the water quality is so brown, it is so turbid, we term it as turbid, that we are not able to have that quality treated because it must be of an acceptable standard being described by the World Health Organization. So once the water quality is not of that standard, we are not able to have that water quality treated for distribution, because you could put 1,000 chlorine, I'm just using off my head, and once the water is brown, it is brown and we can't distribute. And of course, we will shut down our storage system because we don't want to have contaminated, which is dirty or turbid water, coming in to our treatment plant for distribution. So you don't want turbid to mix with clean water. So what we are advising persons in Maribor, we also have the Concord water system, the Pegiswim system, Pleasance, Richmond Hill, and Concord. Please utilize your stored supply until we are able to provide a timeline for which you will be able to have your water supply restored. Our message remains storage for at least 3 days, representing 35 gallons of water per person per day. What I can tell you is that our team is already on the ground, and once they are comfortable that the conditions are favorable for our guys to go in, then we will be able to reopen that water system so that persons can get a supply. So if you have water stored, we are asking you at the moment to utilize that stored supply, taking into consideration the immediate needs of your family and not forgetting your pets. So that's our message this morning. We just want to advise persons, and especially for the Pegiswim water system. Pegiswim is the entire parish of St. Patrick's right onto Dunfermline in St. Andrew, Moncton water system, Maribor. We have Concord, Richmond Hill, Pleasance, and those systems that our systems are down because of turbid water and of course dam blockages. And once we are able to do our thorough assessment and we determine that our team is able to go in to have those dams cleared, then we will go in and have those dams cleared. Of course, we would have to do an assessment outside of the dam because the dams are already in the river. If there is heavy river flow, sometimes we have pipes that get washed away. So we will have to do an assessment as well. But of course, stick with Real FM. We will be able to provide you with an update during the course of the day. So that's our message out to the persons this morning.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And have a great day to you and your entire Real FM family.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Igwe, water will be out all day today. Some people don't be in today.
I didn't understand that.
That's my phone, no? No, that's the you know them phone and them they just talk.
Yeah. Well, actually, I took it in the rain last night.
You know, I's one of the fellas too that love to be in the rain.
They wanted me. There's something I look forward to when rain falling.
Yeah. Michelle was calling me rain child.
And I took it in the rain this morning again.
Oh.
So the rain, though, in terms of practicing the daily ritual of hygiene, I like when the rain falling.
Good. The phone line.
Yeah.
You still working?
No, I called. I'm waiting. I said to them, did you call the call? I said the phone, they won't give me.
Yeah, I told them so they could only call me on the WhatsApp this morning. Yeah, so the phone lines are still down, folks. You can call me on the WhatsApp at the same number, 442-0175. All right. Be great, what we have planned this morning. What is the vibes?
Well, you know, the extension is a program where we deal with every issue of national importance. Once it's an issue of national importance, chances are it will be discussed on the extension, whether it be politics or otherwise. We're here to give information to the people that is relevant, to keep them informed, as to the happenings and to cut any spin and any, mistruth or half-truths. We give them pure facts. So Igwe, the team song, let's go.
I hear you.
Yes.
Hold on there, I was just sending a message. I see that we want the seat on them. Hold on. I'm looking for it. I didn't ready for that one day to catch me off guard with that one.
Nah, Igwe, you have to know first things first. First things first, Igwe.
All right. And you shuffle one to around here.
This is
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with my wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With much new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say
the new driver cannot. Boom!
Point blank, the new driver cannot drive. And even when he attempts to drive, he drives without due care and attention. I must give some kudos at this juncture, first things first, to the new National Party and Dr. Keith Mitchell and his vision to do that piece of work, that Pointsville Bridge, and then from Tivoli into Gru Bailey Gate. There was a time if all that rainfall, bus from up here couldn't go in Grenville.
Roadblock.
Pointsville, the bridge. And Callaloo.
Yes.
So that project was not an ordinary project. And the new National Party and the Right Honorable Dr. Keith Claudius Mitchell deserve commendation and kudos, because they could have go and do this thing somewhere else,
Yeah, they could have.
They didn't must do this road, but the fruits. We right now we in the vineyard picking the fruits of that labor.
I could see it.
Pointsville like nothing no happen. Callaloo, other place there, it would be like mayhem.
Yeah. Callaloo is so bad.
But because of the vision and because of the backbone And because NNP put people first, and because of the greater good for the greater number, because they consider improving lives and livelihood, so men could go to work today. And even in Grenville, although he flooded yesterday, but he walked on the sidewalk, caused the water to dissipate in a quick time, so he could go in Grenville today. So NNP and Dr. Kit Mitchell take a bow, take a tap on the back, work well done. How can it full 100? So who vex? They could vex. But the fact remains the vision, with the vision of the leadership of the NNP. So people could drive on Pointsville Bridge with ease. People could drive through Kalalo with ease. People could go in Grenville this morning and they know.
With ease. Everything happening with ease.
So that's the hallmark of the NNP. And that's what I call legacy. So who anybody beating up who want to claim it now, they can't take that from the NNP. And that's what governance is about. And that is what people need in this country at this time, good government. Based on the cries of the people, Igwe, we're not having good government. Because, Igwe, I'll break it down for you. Lack of institutional knowledge. That means when you're playing dummy, don't know. Because we see a lot of decisions being made by this administration. And it's like, dummy, don't know. They didn't playing dummy, no. It's like, dummy, don't know. It's like when you don't know. Youthful arrogance. And we warned the people, but they didn't listen. And inexperience is a combination that would lead to destruction fast. So this morning I want to say, also get intoxication.
Getting high?
Intoxication, it is alleged that Mr. 824, the man who tell people 824 for the bushers. They say school children saw him in a bingo in Riverside, you know, with the head bent down. He say he looking like he high. Intoxication does lead to hallucination. So when he said, and we had a clip of him to play, that bring the debush in 824, and as soon as the NDC come in governance, they go end all contract work. That's hallucinating. And added to the fact that every project the NNP are in thing, you're going and turn sword, like you're going mauling. Everybody know Mr. Cox, Minister of Infrastructure, as he then was. We knew all the development. He explained it because I say said Lucian Ligeriwo. And he explained everything, but you're going and turn sword again. So intoxication leads to hallucination. And then fabrication. Because when you say that the salary of government ministers was woefully inadequate, and you want to save them men and them against corruption, whether possible or real, so you give them $2,000, you see, for traveling allowance. And then you hasten after that, lying and saying how they used to abuse the gas in Central, blaming it on you have to pay for drivers. That is fabrication. And fabrication leads to misdirection. And there I get to first things first gate. Groundsman gate. You know, it does have Watergate.
Yeah.
Voice note gate.
Yeah, voice note gate, yeah.
Firearm gate in Victoria.
Yes.
So we get to groundsman gate. And after the letters was administered to the groundsmen, telling them what? Water, salt. We don't want your service anymore. And they can't say that I lie because I have in my possession copies of the letters. Budemene. And Budemene is like you eat old food tonight and tomorrow you can't go outside by because you have to stay in the glass house. After all that was done, and Real FM jammed them on it. Real FM was jammed them.
Yeah, otherwise they'd be going down a road.
After Real FM jammed them, I had the Ministry of Sports ton like DG Cell and Floor. I have phone call, they getting phone call, they got phone call like crazy because Real FM jammed them. And then they realize they had to backpedal. Because he has some people, their people, or it is believed to be their people, that it is believed has contributed to the campaign. And when they realize he had who was among the groundsmen that get damaged, they try to walk it back. But the damage was already done. And they couldn't just give back those people the thing because they would have looked suspicious.
Yeah, you look wrong.
You ever watch Third World Cup?
Yeah, I mean.
So when Capone visit the Reverend and he go back and he talking to Fly, he say one he pay couple youths to go down on the port and help deal with charity barrel. But it make him look suspicious.
Because one is a done.
Yeah. So he make the ministry look suspicious. So they say we go take back. But if Real FM didn't say nothing, Gates, all know them groundsmen that they home licking their wounds. Groundsmen, Real FM battle for you because Real FM say they go be a voice for those who cannot speak. They go represent poor people, children, because the country is Real FM and Calcutta constituency. Real FM is the people's parliament, and the people has chosen Master Cal and Real FM to speak for them. So when Real FM speak, they listen. And they get phone call like crazy. And they realize they damage their very own. So they didn't have a choice. So seeing that you call back the groundsmen, the other letters you give, call them back too.
One time,
we demand that you call them back. Because it seems like you don't know what you're doing. It's like intoxication and hallucination gates. And all the fabricating. Because here all the fabrication come now, Gates. Now they're trying to throw the PS under the bossing. They lying and saying how they didn't know about it, the PS what doing. But if the PS do what he want, how come I don't doing him nothing?
The PS is a young guy.
No. They saying the PS what do it.
What blaming the PS?
Yes. So if the PS, they lying and saying how they didn't know about it, blaming it on the PS. Fellas, the truth about that not in all you. And every time all you talk, all them letting people into how mischief you guys are. And you guys need to think it over and think it again. Because everybody know Alo cannot run the country. But all you're fighting up, the people gave all of the mandate. And now all you repay them the pain. Because it was 8-4, Dennis Cornwall that say The transformational agenda is about pain, is about sacrifice. So we get in this the susu of pain and sacrifice. So 8 to 4 carnival.
I need know.
I don't know. The people are talking to a man and he tell me out 8 to 4. So I say, who is 8 to 4? He said the man what they on things in or 8 to 4 and they don't get in value for money. And get so now they fabricating the thing. And they saying it's Norman Gilbert. I just lie too much. The truth about that not in you guys. So I'll try a thing, I'll try a shot. You don't walk. Gun jam. Gun jam. Because Real FM, when Real FM drop the information on them and call them out, they had to listen. And with the phone calls they receive, they had to do things. At least, I'll start to grow some conscience, which might not be a bad thing going forward. Real FM is the parliament of the people and issues of national importance which affects lives and livelihood, which affects the greater good, ought to be ventilated. And ain't no stopping us now.
Wow, that's a big line.
Thinking about stopping us now is out of context. The little beat up, all I go try to beat up on Carl Keaton about the louvers and things won't fly. Because the people know better and they know different. Come with something original. Come with something that makes sense. Because Carl Keaton never beat up no woman gates. No man can say Carl Keaton beat them up. Children more that can say Carl Keaton beat up. Carl Keaton never go in England big way and try to force himself on any journalist.
No. Carl Keaton won't do that.
So when they come in, come good. So you understand what is here at play.
Mm-hmm.
So when I keep saying lack of institutional knowledge is a problem for this administration, the youthful arrogance of this administration and downright inexperience leads to this decision of Grongsman Gate. So within hours or days of making this mischief decision, Igwe, you have to walk it back. And now you're lying and say you don't know about it. The PS. What if the PS do something like that? I find you have to deal with the PS. But you know it's not true. So you can't deal with him. You have to have a set of meetings yesterday and fall prostrate at the feet of the groundsman and give excuse and say you're trying to reconstruct and restructure it. And you go have primary grounds and secondary grounds and things. So you didn't know that before. So if you knew that was the plan, the letter should have stated that. The letter will not give you date when they don't want the service again. But when Real FM jam it on them, they had to listen.
Mm-hmm.
When the station of the People's Parliament jam it on them, they had to listen it.
Mm-hmm.
So happy am I that they listening Real FM.
Can't give them too much advice too, you know.
No, but the people. Once the people is the beneficiary of the advice, I'm okay with that. Because we all have to play a part in nation building, Gates. We can't, Gates. I must state categorically here, I don't wish the administration bad, you know. Because if the administration does well, the country does well, and by extension, me, people I love and care about, my acquaintances, my comrades, and everybody does well. So I'm not the one who would come here and wish the administration, but I wish them well. When I communicate with the Ancient of Days, I pray for them to do well. But I indicate to the Ancient of Days, let his will be done, not my will. So if his will be done, that they do good, who am I to fly in the face? If it is will that they don't do good, who am I? I'm just being here. And we talking things here. And this government is trying to do things and within a matter of days walk it back. And we have to understand the whole setup of what is really going on in this country. So we'll play a clip. I want you to play a clip, the one with the Prime Minister, or the Prime Minister is speaking. The clip with the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I have that for you.
Play that for the people too, because I want to tie it in with that discussion having. So let the people hear the clip. Morning, Mr. Pierre, how things? Yeah.
Good man.
Because I want to tie in the whole thing with this.
Yeah, again, you know.
Yeah.
Again, you know. The internet kind of coming.
If you have a job and you are doing your job, there should be no issue. There should be no fear. And that's the point I'm making. I've said clearly, we want all Grenadians to be involved in the process. We want Grenadians who are competent, who are hardworking, to be involved in helping to build our country. So I can assure persons that there is no need for any fear or any jitters. If you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about. It's as simple as that. If you're doing your job, you have nothing to worry about.
That is it.
So in the utterances of the Prime Minister, Mr. Pay, if you want you to do nothing wrong, you don't have to have fear. So how come what wrong the workers in Paul's did? Because they don't telling us that, Mr. Pay. What wrong did the workers in Carrick did? Because I could only speak based on the utterances of the Prime Minister. You see, play that clip again, guys, because I want people to understand where I'm going with this thing. I don't want it to sound like I just using my own words to try to beat up on these people. Play it again.
If you have a job and you are doing your job, there should be no issue. There should be no fear. And that's the point I'm making. I've said clearly, we want all Grenadians to be involved in the process. We want Grenadians who are competent, who are hardworking, to be involved in helping to build our country. So I can assure persons that there is no need for any fear or any jitters. If you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about. It's as simple as that. If you're doing your job, you have nothing to worry about.
So the Prime Minister says, Mr. Pay, because we have to take him at his word, because we're not mind readers. He says once you do nothing wrong, you should have no fear for your job. So let me take the Prime Minister at his words, Mr. Pay. Let me take him at his word.
Yeah.
So what happened to the workers in Carriacou? What the sheriff in Carriacou make go all yoke? What happened to the people they continue to give letters like Pablo and others? What happened to the workers in Paul's they give recently? Because they realize they walk back the letters with the groundsmen. Eh? So when we jam it on them on Real FM, they get a set of phone calls, and you have those among them who they wanted to reinstate, but they can't go and reinstate them alone. So they just have to say, oh, we trying to restructure. But if you want to restructure only happen after you give the letter. And now Mr. Pierre, the line and saying how the PS do your own thing. Well, so based on the words of the Prime Minister, what wrong did the groundsman, the workers in pause, and all the other workers they give letters? Because he say if you don't do nothing wrong, don't afraid. So now that these people lose their work, what wrong have they done? Mr. Pierre.
The question is, when that statement was made before election?
Yes.
If this statement was made before election, the government has changed a lot of its position after election. So that statement has to be made in the same context as a call for people, informing people that it will be made permanent. And when you reach inside, you find people.
You have to be made in the same context. You have to be treated in the same context, where people are told that they would not be fired, and then people are fired. So that statement was just, the Prime Minister was just politicking. And you know, the saddest part that I say is when you sit down and plan to deceive people, particularly the people of lower rank. I take the strongest objection when our intelligentsia, our individuals sit down and plan. Now, I always say to people that the Grenada have a very good police force, but the government find it necessary, the police force find it necessary to have SSU and special squad and CID, men specialized, trained in special area. In the same way, when you have a country, you expect your intelligentsia, your tertiary educated, your most successful people to be in the forefront of the struggle to carry the others. And if the people in the forefront of the struggle is planning to trick the less fortunate, then I think this is why it is so necessary for ordinary people to help to defend them. If you claim that once you're doing your job and you're productive, you'll not be fired, nobody have to interfere, then what wrong did the people of Carriacou do? What wrong did the women, and sometimes I put emphasis on women, it's easy for the man to get a next job. Sometimes the man have to abandon his family and go to Trinidad. It has happened repeatedly in the revolution. 3,000 to 4,000 people left Grenada. Some of them and their family got totally dislocation and got broken up. The man never come back. Some men might have to live in Carriacou and come down in Grenada to get a job because their wife don't have an income and they do not have a job. And this is what is sad and unfortunate. And I always say there is no justification because the government, although we have serious problem with the economy in all the islands in the Caribbean, the Grenada economy, the government acknowledge that they meet the treasury pregnant. They acknowledge they had money. They got $10,000, $10 million from Saudi Arabia they didn't expect. And when they met money there, the last tranche, to help buffer the effects of COVID-19 and the downturn in the economy. And based upon all that, the government still find it necessary, without advancing reason or justification, to put tears in the eyes of people who work between 5 and 17 years. Imagine a woman 5 to 17 years working. Government go, government come. And then you lose your job because you are suspected that you're not good people. As the minister from St. Patrick's would say, they're not good people.
Okay.
You know, this is sad and it's unfortunate. And one would only hope that the elders in NDC would speak up. There are times that elders may stay quiet, but there are times when elders must speak. And maybe now is an opportunity for the elders in the party to say to them, you're on the wrong trajectory. Because when you take out bread from these people, 5 to 17 years, particularly the women, because if the woman is one of the main source of income in the family, it is more difficult for her to get a job. One of the Calypsonians say, open your business. But it's difficult for her to get a source of income, particularly in Carriacou, where the job market would be much more competitive than Grenada. A cook in Grenada might still get a job in a restaurant or maybe in the field, etc. So I think the government, any attempt to rescind any letters that the government has given to people is a step in the right direction. Anybody in the NDC or anybody in the wider community that could speak to them, because they know they're restless and arrogant. They're not young in age, but young in politics. And it makes a big difference. If you are in politics and you're a family person, and you're accustomed interacting with the people on the ground, you tend to be more sensitive to their cries. A criminal lawyer sometimes, a grandmother crying on his shoulder to save she bad grandson. So you have to show a little emotion and compassion. That is one of my worries with the Prime Minister, because he has dealt in corporate law. More often than not, he operating from his office and he have not felt compassion as he deal with big company and numbers. It's a question of what more could get from you. But when you have to interact with the man on the ground, when you go to somebody's home and you see the condition they're living in, a wheelchair can't even pass. And they maybe have a son and somebody and government, and this is why it touches ministers like Ministry of Social Affairs, Delman and Skitan, the other women, because they come from family. They have not detached themselves from the society. And this is one of the cry and challenges of politicians. When politicians detach, and it's not their fault, you know. I said in a program, it's not their fault. You come out to school, you're intelligent, you go to national college, you go to university, you get a job in a air-conditioned building. That's the nature of the job. But you refuse to identify back with your family. So when you come in politics, you're very detached. You see things in terms of economic principles and position papers, and you forget the human factor. And I think this is a challenge the government has. To change quick, to get experience quick. Maybe they should visit the homes. The present government ministers should visit homes and see sick people. Maybe sometime if you feel, see if you could stand them, you know, and see where people actually live. And then you would understand that 6 women being fired from a community, what are the consequences for the community? If these women you felt was loudmouth NNP, they might also be loudmouth contributors to the community. You're going to create hate on the ground. Because it seems while some people lose their job, some is having a big laugh. You know,
like a big joke.
You know, I say.
Even the AG, like she's so pleased with herself.
She
like
pleased, yeah.
Like she have an orgasm. Man.
Yes, you know, it was so sad that when you're speaking about people losing their job, and that is a great sense of humor to you, that is, it saddens you, you know, and that's one of the challenges that we have. So the Prime Minister could say that, yes, but the question is, he say it as a matter of course, as if he was preparing a paper. There's nothing practical about it. Now he has the opportunity to practicalize what he says. And I always think to the point, some people don't have a culture. We have to ingrain in our culture compassion,
empathy,
justice with mercy in it. We have to have feelings. When we vagrant brother, cousin see us, they must feel good, even though it's a kerchief we give them, even though it's $1, you know. Because sometimes we have so much excesses. We have to give them something. You can't blame them because they're poor. That is what we're doing in Grenada now. We're chastising people because they're not as fortunate as us. We want to make life hard for them. You know, that is a challenge. I don't know. I think the older members in the National Democratic Congress perhaps have to appeal to these exuberant individuals. Some of them are political virgins and they're arrogant, so they may not listen. So some of the older members have to try to see how they could help them to understand. We're dealing in a small country, 100,000 people. Everybody is kind of close knitted. You see that when a funeral go on, you know, you see NDC in the funeral, you see NNP crying, NDC crying, because it's same family. When you start going after these people, you are practically diluting the spirit of the community. The significance of family members is going to go asunder.
Because, Mr. Pierre, look at it. The same 824 issue, when you go around the country, not only NNP people are talking about it. You hear known NDC people vexing about it. Morning to Betty and Duncan. Morning to Natalie. Audrey. Now, we talk about youthfulness and you say political virgins, Mr. P. Now, there's an interesting paradox here. You know? Persons who don't know keep running with this narrative that the present Prime Minister is a young, bright politician. But his predecessor, Dr. Mitchell, Morris Bishop, Eric Geary, all these guys that have entered into politics like in the 20s.
Walter Rodney, Ralph Gonzalez, all of them.
So this thing like is a new thing since time, but he come into politics late.
Come in politics old.
Morris died before he reached the age.
Morris died at 39.
That's what I'm telling you. Yeah. And he have 40 something, and there is this whole thing out. He's a young, brilliant thing. He come late, like Johnny come lately. And when Keith Mitchell was his age, he was a seasoned politician, savvy. When Gary was at that age, he was a savvy politician already. So this whole thing about thing, and then you come to the same thing about empathy and so on. And based on his profession and what it takes to be successful at what he used to do before, you find that whole thing of sympathy and thing does not be a part of him. To him, sympathy is a sin.
Yeah.
And sinners go to hell. And persons who might be around him who has the understanding, Mr. P, seems to be in a flux as to advising him. Because you cannot tell me his actions. And look at this particular action, what happened to the groundsmen, and all the other stories you're hearing and you're seeing the letters persons receive. You cannot tell me you don't have wind or that, or you don't hear in that, Mr. P. It is highly improper for me to believe that the present Prime Minister does not know what is going on. When he, in his own utterances, and that's why I play the clip, you know, Mr. P, because a lot of times people will say, oh, the man them never say that. The man say if you don't want you don't do nothing. So he needs to tell us now, Mr. P, those people who they receive the letters and so on, and the 800 they intend to make go before Christmas, what wrong they do, or what is the sin they would have committed in terms of the punishment meted out to them. Because based on what is coming to the grapevine, Mr. P, after the 21st of November, and the PSC would be reconstituted by personnel, the real massacre will happen. You know? Because school children say the RGPF go get hit hard by it. You know? See, they go send men on leave, they go do all kind of things. You know? So when the Prime Minister made these utterances, and now you see doing something, things happening under his watch totally opposite to his utterances, one cannot be comfortable, Mr. Pierre. One cannot have no comfort because your livelihood is being snorted out from you for no apparent reason. The only reason we could even think about is green blood.
Green blood.
Because those persons who are receiving those letters, Mr. Pierre, it is believed, or one could conclude is green blood people. But here, watch this, Mr. Pierre, watch this. The only situation what happened, the groundsman gate, Mr. Pierre, where it was not only green blood, you realize they walk it back. Because in the groundsman issue, he had yellow blood. So within matter of days, they call them back, and after Real FM jam them with the information, they call them back. But those who they believe is green blood and green blood alone, the faith-based people, green blood. The people in Carriacou, green blood. The people in Paul's, green blood. So realize, like they, as you say, they hunting green blood, but they misfire in the groundsman gate, and they realize their own people get fire, and telephone start ringing like crazy. Because man might say, well, I contribute to the cause of why I've been left out of the gate now. So you see they walk it back. So realize the orchestrated planning. This thing don't happen by accident. And after that is been done, they don't have the backbone to say was an error. They're trying to throw the PS under the bus. You understand? But if the PS would make a decision so on its own, you don't think some consequences would be brought to bear on him, Mr. Pierre?
Well, to some extent, PSCs have a role. You see, the public service supposed to be a professional public service, and the PS must have a conscience. And if the minister directs the PS, and the PS know, the PS should inform the minister during my lifetime, because all the PSs are young. I don't know if there was the PS involved, it was there during the revolution. We have never had a system where we search for political blood. Mr. Minister, you sure you want me to do that? You sure you want me go around searching for political blood? Then you give me the list. You see, I have very little respect for professionals who are called. At a certain level, you must, it's like a captain in the army. Tell me I'm afraid. I had to take that decision to kill the people because I'm afraid. No. A permanent secretary acts as a protection. That's not the correct word I'm looking for, but I'll get it. A protection for workers. An insulator. A permanent secretary acts as an insulator between workers and the politician. So politician not supposed to be micromanaging. So if the permanent secretary believe the purpose for this firing of workers is a straight question of political victimization, the permanent secretary ought to tell the minister that never happened in my lifetime. Even if the minister transfers the permanent secretary. That is one of the reasons some ministers doesn't want certain permanent secretary. The people who are being fired, they are practically appointed by the permanent secretary. So this is why the government, you see, we have to see these things that the government establish the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation. We have to remember of what is going around on social media, where the Prime Minister said, as a result of the interview in Tobago, is not so much transformation, but restorative justice. We have to understand that some senior NDC members says detoxification. Now this is, I am wondering how the trade union leader, the representative from the president of this, the TUC president, the Technical and Allied Workers Union President General, and the union representative in TUC, because I believe he is the right and correct person to challenge that. The entire ministry should be challenged. This ministry, their sole purpose is victimization.
Hunting for green blood.
Hunting for green blood. This thing has never happened in Grenada. Prior, post, Maurice Bishop jailing 3,000 Grenadians. This thing has never happened.
But just to add, Mr. Pierre, the Prime Minister said there was no predecessor to that ministry, so you understand the take of that ministry. That ministry was created just for.
The Prime Minister don't know better, and that's why I call him a political
playing dummy,
virgin.
don't know, man.
Well, yes, then if you're playing dummy, don't know, then you are a political virgin. We have a call on the line. Caller, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Mr. Caller, agree, Mr. And Mr. Pierre.
Morning.
That's the spirit that they invoke. They invoke. The more business really invoke. To do this wickedness to people. And I want to say to the Grenadian people, it's time to always remember your history. And what happened was when you forget the history, we continue wanting to repeat the same mistake that you made. In 2008, they lied and they were the promise of that thing and they didn't fulfill it. In 2022, the same thing again. So Grenada, it's time for we to, yes, we could forgive people, but then never forget the promises that was made. That with the contract workers that will be permanent. Never forget with all the promises that they made. Spy in the skies. And what happened when they get what they want, they turn their back on you. Instead of making permanent, they send you home. I'm saying, I do believe with this thing with the government, that directly comes straight from the Minister of Sports. The Minister of Sports. Because the permanent, and I believe with me, I know I'm in a position that you have to encourage me to do something that could make people lose the work. I have a conscience. So now the person that making lose the work, they have the family to take help. The family to take care. So now they have some sick one in the home, and you're taking away our bread from them. How could you go and sleep with a good conscience, with a clean conscience, and feel happy about that? I feel happy about it. And I have to say, Mr. P again, we're considered a good driver. A good driver, we always want to bring benefit and bring people together. A good leader, a good driver will always steer the ship in the right direction. As the ship that will bring prosperity and development for each and everyone in the country. Not trying to get rid of some and embracing the other. Because I would say we are all Grenadians, and we have to see that everyone in Grenada life develop. Because whenever a government is elected and become a party elected and become the government, it is a government of the people of Greater Carriacou and Peter Martin, and a government that is seeking interest and to bring development for people, for the people. There's not for one portion of people. But as we said, when you have a cake, you have one cake. The one cake at the share among everyone. Not some people get it and some people get it, and that never happened. And even in generation time, yes, they have the thing where if you say something, they kind of counter. But just find people because of the choice they choose. I can see how that is something that you benefit from that. You could feel good about it. Because the color of the national flag is red, green, and yellow. And I do believe once you are Ghanaian, you have to choose the color which you love. And if you try to get rid of a man because you put on a green jersey, you put on a red jersey, what is saying to me that you don't consider the color of our flag. It's red, green, and yellow, and we should respect our flag You cannot restrict one color and try to look care about the other color of the flag. The red, green, and yellow say they respect all color of the flag. It's not fair. Have a blazer, Igwe, call have a blazer.
All right. Color of the flag is red, green, and gold. Not yellow. It's gold.
Red, green, and gold.
Yeah.
Not red, green, and yellow.
Yeah. However, one of the things that I believe a number of the activities that are taking place now, we have to concentrate on the Ministry of Mobilization. I understand it's mobilization, implementation, transformation.
Yeah.
So then what is the role of mobilization? You have transformation and you have implementation. I understand perhaps the need for implementation. All the ministers are young in politics and new to politics, because every time you say young, people think it's age. They're new to politics. They don't have experience at that level in politics. You have over 200 and something projects. So you need an expediter. Find out why this bottleneck, why this project is moving so slow. And a good expediter could do it. But let's say you have a ministry. So why the Ministry of Mobilization? Mobilization will be more associated with a party organizing itself. During the revolution, you had a number of mass groups and mass organization. So they had mobilization. And they also used that ministry to identify counters. So somebody who is working in one ministry, let's say the Ministry of Health, could have called on somebody, identify people in the Ministry of Education and Agriculture, and say that is a counter, and start monitoring. The mere fact that the Prime Minister said it is not so much transformation, it is more or less restorative justice. The government has, the Prime Minister has not disassociated himself from that interview that had been floating around on social media, on the internet. So one have to assume that he agrees that the statement is his. Now, what you mean by restorative justice? And then you hear people say, well, it's detoxification. Well, that is some big, big words, you know. What you mean by that? So you have a Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation, and Restorative Justice. While you're doing that, and I point out to some people, because they're telling me during the previous government period, the same thing happened, and I said, no. The government has been in for 10 years, 2 terms. In the previous election, a broadside at NDC, those that was thrown out of the NDC joined NNP. So there was no issue of victimization. So for the past 15 years, there was no issue of victimization. And then NNP was there for about 2 terms before. This is the first time post the revolution, the coup d'etat, the revolutionary experiment, that people are getting letters to go home from the parallel public service. Now, the government cannot fire people from the public service per se, and we must make this distinction, because prior to election, they group all of them together and promise pension and no contract. Now, definitely, they come to the meeting, they come to lead the government, and they're saying they did not know that was so. You have the government service, the established service. People are appointed by the public service. You have the auxiliary staff and support system, which normally people are not appointed to. Yes, we have a caller on the line. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Go right ahead, sir. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Thank you for calling. Go right ahead.
Yes, sir. I want to make 2 points. I want to make 2 points this morning. Right? I would like to make 2 points. that
Nice
in
section.
my opinion, the permanent secretaries have lost to get out of feedback. I'm getting out of feedback. I don't know if I don't think it's from you.
Move away from the TV. Or
You're close to the television or something?
No. I have no song in my.
All right, we're hearing you, so go ahead.
Nothing is on.
Go ahead, we're hearing you.
Get back to you.
All right, okay.
His signal is not
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre, I need to say something.
Yeah.
You made a point. Now, whenever you confront persons who are supportive of this present administration as to their doings, they never defend the doing, but they go on to say NNP used to do it. So they would never defend what they're doing. When you say you're making workers go, they say NNP used to do it. So to them, anything they do, it is not an issue because it is perceived that NNP used to do it. But when NNP used to do it based on your perception, you used to beat up on it and say it was good. So how come now when you do it, it becomes good? The second point we need to make here, based on the utterances of the Prime Minister, Mr. Pierre, the Prime Minister seems to be in a flux. Reason why I say that, you're calling down the spirit of Maurice Bishop. Maurice, we miss you. Maurice, we need you. But when you're opening the Ministry of Victimization and Mobilization, you're saying that it didn't have no predecessor to it. So if you know a lot about Bishop, you already know that there was a Ministry of Mobilization and Revolution. So that tells you when he calling on Maurice Bishop, he's still even not genuine. He's just doing that for a forward, an emotional frenzy in the rally then to make people feel, speaking to the emotions of people. Because if you know, or you know so much about Maurice, and you're calling him, you miss him, you love him, you wish he was here, how come you don't know you had a Ministry of Mobilization before? And this whole talk our thing, and nobody will want you to do nothing, fear no evil. As one song start with it, Mr. Pierre, by his deeds shall a man be known. Because people here asking for bread, but this administration feeding them stone. Because you're taking their work for no reason. You don't even allowing them natural justice, Mr. Pierre. You don't even allowing them a hearing to, even though you accuse them of something, let them come and defend themselves. You don't even giving them that. But you say, the Prime Minister, and I had a clip where you say government ought to be like the defense for workers and the citizens. But as you get into government, you're going on the attack against workers. But then as you rightly say, Mr. Pierre, his former dealings as a corporate lawyer was to go after people.
Yeah.
You ever call? Let's say the call.
Good morning. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Go right ahead, sir. Yeah.
I hear you clearly.
Go on, speak.
Hello, good morning.
Speak.
Okay. Yeah, I want to make this point, okay? That the permanent secretaries to me have lost their way. In that, permanent secretaries preceded the permanent secretaries preceded ministers, because during the period when there was no ministries in our country, everything was run by department. When ministries was implemented in 19...
You listen to the radio in the back.
The CEOs of the departments became the permanent secretaries, and who trained politicians to be ministers. So permanent secretaries have no or have extensions to the ministry, because they are the head of those departments. And therefore, because they have lost professionalism of the position, and they got themselves into political situation that is one of the problems now we are having. And it's cannot correct ministers for whatever mistakes they are making. Thank you, government.
All right. Yeah.
A lot of feedback, so I'm not hearing it clearly.
Yes, we got in again.
I think it's because he's using a headphones or something.
Okay. Yes, scholar. And I get the idea. He's saying, you know, permanent secretaries, you have to walk the straight and narrow. I've always said to public officers, walk the straight and narrow. If you're in the public service and you believe you will rise to the top echelons of the position, I wouldn't identify or flaunt any political party, not even a domino,
No, it is
not
improper.
a jersey.
It is improper to do
You would see on an officer like that. Don't flaunt a political party. I wouldn't attend the political meeting. If you're in my community, you would see me on the border listening to you and not even showing emotion. You won't see me jumping up and whining and clapping.
or having political discussion.
Or having political discussion unless the political discussion transcends political party. You see, you're supposed to know that. So you must, if you reach the post of permanent secretary, you must not be afraid to lose your job because you are extremely competitive on the job market. This is why I say to the government, I am totally against victimization of workers. And I'm disappointed because the National Democratic Congress offered Grenadian. They said this is a new NDC. I think it's a gentleman from St. Patrick's. He said, we have none of the old stock with us. He thought it necessary to make the point. People buy in. And then you shaft the people. You deceive them. You stab them in the back. They vote for you in droves. In the last 2 weeks of the election, you're going to feel the movement on the ground. You won. And exactly 1 month after letters were going out, and you set up a ministry. Why was it necessary to practically illegally set up a ministry to hasten your political cleansing and victimization? It's unacceptable and it's wrong. The Prime Minister say it is not so much transformative. It is not so much transformation. That is the people. Transformation is dramatic. But he practically put aside transformation by saying it is not so much transformation, but restorative justice. We have some cozy, photogenic journalists that start to flaunt the briefcase and certificate and start to abandon the journalistic profession. I hope they would wake up and ask the Prime Minister to explain restorative justice and detoxification, and to remind the Prime Minister that in 1981, he might not have been around with much sense. In 1981, under Selwyn Strong, he definitely was the Minister of Mobilization. Now you add mobilization, implementation, and transformation. But you said, we have a caller on the line. Caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre. Thanks for being there for us in educating us in all your knowledge. And you and Mr. Carl and the other gentleman. Listen, all what you said, Mr. Pierre, is so true. Because during the revolution time, just being married, I went off to Trinidad, my husband and I. So what you are saying is true because these upset in the country cause people to move away and a big disturbance in people's family. And I want to talk to being a Christian, I want to talk to some of the people who were in the NDC at those times, like Sister Joan and Sister Margaret. I don't know if they have any say, but as you said, you're calling on the elders. I'm calling on these two ladies. Please talk to their people for what is happening. It is so depressing, Mr. Pierre and others. And I really wish something could be done to help our people. I have another thing here. Mr. Carl, I have some dates. I will give you it behind the scenes. So then Mr. Ige will choose it for us, and then we will move on from that.
All right,
So
okay.
thank you all so much for your all information, and keep up the good work. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mr. P, I need to read this. When you are a corporate lawyer representing business or businesses, there is a trade-off. The corporations know that you have to do things that are unconscionable to the small man. So in lieu of the corporate lawyer giving his conscience, so he giving up his conscience for reward. So it's kind of difficult for the present Prime Minister now to have a conscience as relates to the people and they giving the letter and thing. Because he don't accustomed to that. That new territory for him. So one has to understand how he operates. So you realize he's not uttering any word according to all these things that are going on. And watch this. When I say leadership by avoidance, people don't understand. No. All the promises on the campaign was made by him. The few or the two main ones, they had to walk back, the pension and permanent. You realize he don't speak on that at all. You realize the 8 to 4, he don't speak on that at all. But you realize the ministry of victimization and mobilization opening, he speak again. Because you want to take credit and say he didn't have no predecessor to it. So you see everything without conscience, he speaks. Anything with conscience, he let somebody else do it. You have to see what he is at playing on Mr. Pierre. This thing, it don't happen by accident. You know. Anything with conscience involved, he was speaking on that. You know. He letting 8 to 4 Cornwall and them and the AG and them speak on them things and them. So he don't innocent out what is going on, Mr. Pierre. Don't let people believe he don't know. It's an orchestrated, well thought out thing. He leads by avoidance. Anything good, nice, and dandy, he hangs on to it. He have an affinity for these grandeur things and them, but those things of reality, what hits home, he don't want to be part of that. You understand? So that is something one has to understand going forward. So the same narrative of this government wouldn't change. It wouldn't change.
You see, I have to agree with you. You see, the Prime Minister would have done some research on Maurice Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
He'd have listened to Maurice Bishop's speech, because when you choose that ministry, Maurice Bishop put Selwyn strong in it. He was a hardline Marxist-Leninist. But the Prime Minister put the patriotic bourgeois.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Maurice Bishop, when you read Maurice Bishop, he said he could work with patriotic bourgeois. He considered Tillman Thomas as a patriotic bourgeois. He only arrested Tillman Thomas because Tillman Thomas is a tough nut to crack. Bishop classified him as a patriotic bourgeois. He's not a fast thinker. But when you hear he formed the resolve, you can't break him. That's what a lot of people don't know about Tillman. After Tillman visit the guys in prison, he asked them what to do. They say, we did nothing. Tillman said, Maurice Bishop would not put all it down here if he ain't do nothing. The conversation take place and they challenged Tillman Thomas to go and ask Bishop. And when he leave, they say, if he go and ask Bishop, he coming right down here. And Tillman Thomas is not, when Tillman Thomas formed the result, way he had Richie doesn't change him. So he must have wrangled with Bishop. Tillman Thomas did not behave as a lawyer from Grenville at P himself. Not Tillman. Tillman run. If Tillman get a chance, he drop in some National Bishop inside it. So Bishop sent Tillman Thomas in jail. But originally, Bishop considered people like Tillman Thomas a patriotic bourgeois. It's the same belief that after the Prime Minister would have studied Bishop notes, he come to the conclusion that Andy is the best person to put to go and look for Greenblood because he's a patriotic bourgeois. He ambitious. Andy is ambitious.
Because
he have a good heart, but he ambitious.
Because you see, if you put the fella from Kareku and others, it'll look too obvious.
It'll look too obvious. So use Andy. So don't ever believe the Prime Minister is not he is a mastermind
behind them things
in this story.
Because another thing, Mr. Pierre, when I got wind of the Ministry of Mobilization, I spoke to my good friend Kennedy Boodlal, who was part and parcel of the revolution. And I said, KB, what was the main purpose of the Ministry of Mobilization back then? He tell me, watch. That was to hunt for counter and at the same time to support the revolutionaries because you couldn't put them into ministries. You had to reward them. Like the culture man and them, but you can't put them into ministries because it will look obvious. So you have to form a niche where you go reward them, but not glaringly. So the Ministry of Mobilization, Transformation, and so on, you realize you have to be staffed. So the people, the acolytes and the disciples will be placed. So they don't come in no other set ministry to upset nobody, to say they bring that person inside there. But they'll be placed. So look at the construct of the Ministry of Mobilization. So the first thing is to hunt out Greenblood. Like in the revolution, to hunt out counter. Like a police officer tell me, when you hear they call a meeting for police officer in York House back in the day, do go in. Because you have somebody they pointing you out as a counter, and from the up Richmond Hill, moving in. You leave in your home and go in a meeting and do go back home. Some of them don't go back home after 3 years. The same Rasta them they use. They did in some cow pen down in Hopeville. And that is the part of the revolution. Every time you talk about that, people vex. But that's reality. Because our uncle was in Hopeville too. So we used to go and look for him down there.
Rasta Mackenzie make the woods. They never get the body, They say he leap, You know how the Carib leap? The French kill the Carib and throw them off. They go and give us the high spot in St. Patrick's to say Carib leap. They say Rasta Mackenzie leap, They never get the body.
So this Ministry of Mobilization is a well-orchestrated something.
Well-orchestrated.
You don't come in by accident. Because they know they have to take care of certain people. But some of them may not, because remember, they start up early about CV and certificate because they know some among them won't have the CV and certificate. So they have to find a way for them and at the same time use them to trample upon the perceived opponents. So that is the purpose of the Ministry of Mobilization. And you see how much funding they fight to give it off the bat when budget is just a few months down. So they have to start the work. So we as a people, and we here at Real FM, Mr. Perry, we have to let the people understand what is going on. Iggy, what time we are the news?
In 1 minute.
So let's go and take the news and we go come back fine, Mr. Perry.
So lovely.
It's very interesting. Very interesting play out in Grenada.
Yeah, man.
They're
taking the people for a ride again.
All right, folks, it's Realist 91.9. We're taking a break now. The news is next. Stay tuned.
Are you interested in getting an affordable entertainment package that would serve your every need?
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest update of news produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
Spare your pocket, spare the earth, always at Grandland, you come first. Save energy, save the time, reduce your wattage and reduce your time. When you use appliances, make sure you buy energy efficient every time. Spare your pocket, spare the earth, always at Grandland, you come first. Spare your pocket, spare the earth, always at Grandland, you come first.
Welcome back. Locally, government to hold town hall meeting on Monday, 31st October 2022 at the Grenada Trade Center Annex Montrouge, St. George. In the region, in Trinidad and Tobago, the Program Monitoring, Coordinating and Evaluation Unit of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development administered affordable housing subsidies to 25 families. We get more in this report.
One of the 4 components of an urban development and revitalization program is affordable housing subsidies for the citizens of this country, and 25 families received agreements for either the home construction or home improvement subsidy. Speaking during the agreement distribution ceremony, Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Adrian Leon, said the program is funded from a 6-year loan from the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB.
For those of you receiving home construction subsidies, this government is giving you $50,000 to assist you with your construction works as a starter home. This funding will definitely go a long way in helping you to realize the dream of home ownership.
25 beneficiaries received subsidies, with 17 receiving home improvement subsidies at a cost of $20,000 each and 8 receiving $50,000 each, payable in 2 tranches. Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Camille Robinson-Regis, said recipients had to have a maximum monthly household income of $8,000 to access the subsidy.
This urban upgrading program, ladies and gentlemen, is perfectly aligned not only with the Roadmap to Recovery objective, but also to goal number 3 of our strategic plan for Trinidad and Tobago, known as Vision 2030. And that goal is to ensure that all citizens have access to affordable and adequate housing.
Residents from Beach, Taruba North, Edinburgh 500, Diego Martin, Arima, and other districts benefited from the subsidies. Minister Robinson-Regis said she hoped to provide assistance to many more families. The program is administered through the Program Monitoring, Coordinating, and Evaluation Unit.
Around the globe, Credit Suisse plans to raise $4 billion from investors, cut thousands of jobs, and shifts its focus on investment banking towards its rich clients as the bank attempts to put years of scandals behind it. Here are the details.
Credit Suisse said it would take drastic measures to recover from a heavy run of losses on Thursday. The lender plans to raise $4 billion by selling stock. It will also cut thousands of jobs and spin off its investment bank. The Swiss lender has been hit by years of scandals and made a $4 billion loss in the third quarter. That was due in large part to write-offs linked to its investment banking overhaul. The lender called its plan a blueprint for success. Investors weren't convinced, though, and the bank stock dropped around 14% early Thursday. Credit Suisse said clients pulled funds in recent weeks at a pace that saw the lender breach some regulatory requirements for liquidity. The group added that it was stable throughout. The turnaround plan has many elements. It will cut 2,700 jobs, or 5% of its workforce, by the end of this year. The Swiss bank said it also aims to separate out its investment bank. It will focus on advisory work like mergers and acquisitions and arranging deals on capital markets. Saudi National Bank said it would invest up to $1.5 billion in Credit Suisse. The latest revamp is the third attempt in recent years by successive CEOs to turn the group around.
And in sports, Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp has been fined €30,000 by the Football Association following his sending off during his side's 1-0 win against Manchester City on October 16th. This ends the latest update of news. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. Real FM 91.9 and 91.5, making spirits bright with all the Christmas classics.
Do you know you can lower your electricity bill by creating an energy-efficient home? When planning to build or remodel, plan for your energy needs and utilize building techniques and products that promote energy efficiency. Incorporate renewable energy and maximize the use of natural lighting, heating, and ventilation sources. You should also buy 230-volt equipment as these run more efficiently and can help lower your electricity usage. As an individual consumer, I cannot impact global fuel prices. However, I can ease the burden of rising fuel rates by creating an energy-efficient home. What can you do?
Grenlec, energizing our Grenada.
You've asked for it, and now it's here. The NLA announces its new mid-morning draw, commencing September 30th for 9:45 a.m. Yes, you can play Pick 3, Cash 4, and Playway 3 times daily for 9:45 a.m., 12:45 p.m., and 7:45 p.m., Monday to Friday. Saturday draws remain twice daily. And that's not all. Simply place your non-winning Cash 4, Pick 3, and Playway tickets valued at least $10 from a single purchase in the NLA branded box at your favorite sales location for chances to win 10 prizes of $1,000 each. Whoa! $10,000 up for winnings. Compliments the NLA. Be sure to write your name, address, and contact info on your entries before submitting. Promotion runs from September 30th to October 28th. Promotion will be drawn Friday, November 4th, 2022. NLA, making your dreams a reality while supporting sports, culture, and nation building. Must be 18 or older to participate. Terms and conditions apply. See stores for details.
The St. Andrew's Development Organization, the Pink Ribbon Society, and the Grenada Cancer Society presents Faith Over Fear, Breast Cancer Awareness 2022, dedicated to the memory of Miss Margaret Gibson Develot on Saturday, October 29th, from Progress Park to Prada's Pub Shed in Soubise, hosted by Keith PQ Mark, entertainment and giveaways with live band music by the Octane Band, sponsored by Blue Bubbles PA Rental and Event Supplies Company and the Original Clocksman. Faith Over Fear, Breast Cancer Awareness 2022.
There comes a time in every household when a loved one passes on, and we all need the support and guidance of a trusted friend. Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home has been your dedicated friend. And now, for your convenience and added financial ease, we introduce specially designed complete funeral packages from as low as $5,500. Same professional quality services, but now greater choices at the lowest possible prices. As you prepare to enter your loved one into eternal rest, visit Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home and select a package that brings added comfort to the excellence.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody. Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Merry Christmas from Real FM 91.9 and 91.5. Real FM 91.9 and 91.5, making spirits bright with all the Christmas classics.
This is life. You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-Con, and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with my wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder.
Public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
Mr. P, I want you to respond to 824 corner.
And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need. And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
Mr. Pierre, let me hear you.
This is what I consider as the height of trickery. Albert Einstein warned us that you can't trust morality in the hands of the highly literate. These individuals are highly literate, and some or the other, they believe they could trick people with impunity. This gentleman was in the public service, so he knows what the public service is. They know about the structural adjustment program when Mr. Blaze introduced it. They know about the homegrown structural adjustment program in the National Democratic Congress when they retrench workers in the parallel, the estate workers, even Lord Talonal. Anybody who follow the Calypso wall must know Lord Talonal in the estate. They know that. So for him to make that statement, he knew he was telling lies. He just watched people in the eyes and deceived them. It's either he was telling lies or he was under the influence of some state of some mind-altering substance.
Adult beverages?
No, not even a junior boy in the public service would make a statement like that. And this is what I think was one of the magnets that is sold to workers. They deceive the ordinary workers. It's difficult to understand why these men were well educated. These people had tertiary education. They rose high in the public service. They know the public service. These people know the public service much more than Dick Mitchell because he has never worked, much more than Andy. These people specialize. They knew the public service. So to make a statement like that is unacceptable. And the saddest thing is that the people of the lower echelons of society, the people marginalized, the cleaners, the workers, the women, they are the ones that believe it. I heard this statement and I asked, where is the labor advisor for the National Democratic Congress? Why the labor advisor, the union, don't speak up and say, no, don't trick our people? You will always have people that is not part of the established service in our country. You know, it's so sad. As long as the government remain the biggest employer in the country, we have a private sector that is not very dynamic. So as long as the government remain the biggest employer, all politicians beside this present one always trying to create jobs for people. You have high employment in Grenada. This is why the government introduced the money program, the best program that has been introduced in the last 100 years, trying to give people a second chance to be more competitive on the job market because government is the biggest employer. Is it that you hold people and give them money and you make a job for them?
Something.
So that statement made by this gentleman who was a public officer should go in the public service jail. The public service should send him to prison for making a statement like that. Totally unacceptable. And he knew it was not true.
When he was making his statement, he knew it was a lie.
He knew it was a lie. I don't know if it's something.
If maybe Andy, they make that statement or that give him a pass. Maybe if Ron, they make that statement or that give them a pass.
Yes.
Maybe even if the Honorable Prime Minister, they make that statement or that give him a pass. But not 824 Cornwall.
No.
He made me get 824.
Listen to me. My take on the thing is simple, Mr. P. Two things I take here. First, it was a statement to deceive people. Because he knew the time he was making these utterances, he knew it was impossible so to do. And he of all persons should know. Because he, Mr. P, been in the public service. And his whole brother is the PS in finance. So if he didn't know before he make that statement, and finance, what controls this posse. So even though he tended to make that statement, he could have run it by a brother and say, watch, I want to make this statement in the rally, you know what I'm. What do you think?
But you didn't have to run that statement.
No, I'm trying to give him something. Let me give him a little thing now, Mr. Pierre. I know you're giving him nothing. Let me give my representative a little thing.
Zero.
But what is instructive to note, what I really take away from this statement, apart from the lie, Mr. Pierre, is there is no need for a parallel public service. And they all bring my argument on this thing. No. What is considered a parallel public service? Contract workers are considered a parallel public service. And the gentleman says, Mr. Pierre, there is no need for a parallel public service. And based on recent utterances alleged to be made by the Prime Minister that the wage bill is too high, I understand the context in which Mr. 824 Cornwall spoke. There is no need for a parallel public service. And I want people to understand, because I like to break down the thing, Mr. Pierre, so a 6-year-old child could understand it. A parallel public service is considered to be contract workers. Contract workers with the government are considered to be the parallel public service. So you say there is no need. So that's why they're making the people go, Mr. Pierre. Because since then, 8 to 4 carnival decide they go make them people go. Because there is no need. He's watching. So they can't beat up on me and say I'm misrepresenting the guy because I play the clip. Play the clip again for me because I want people to understand where I'm going with this thing. I think.
And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
Yeah, but Mr. Pierre, now I want to take the thing deep. Now, 8 to 4 Carnival was in the Ministry of Finance. Here along the same man who talk about detoxification, Mr. Pierre. Under the structural adjustment with George Brizan, them fellas them was in the ministry, you know. When they make people go again. So what? This guy he like to be around and making people go. 8 to 4 Carnival is a guy that like to be around and making people go. And he come up with this parallel public service. So now they're sending people home. So since then, Mr. Pierre, under the reign of when George Bridge had the structural adjustment program, they be making people in the parallel public service go home. So when they go in the rally and say people might think it's permanently talking about it. Lie. Make going. So that's why they're giving people that are willy-nilly make go. They were given permanent home status under the structural adjustment then with George Brizan. And they come now and they're doing the same thing to poor people children again, Mr. P. So when people thought, oh, we go make people permanent, they didn't know. Because you see how he do it? He sweeten it at first. You see, we go make them permanent as we get into office. But then the truth come out. And what the truth was, there is no need for the parallel public service. The contract workers. And as the NDC win within a matter of days, they start to knife them in Carrico. And then they say about public service rules and so on. And then they get so blatant, so vulgar, that they stop the reason for making people go. Because Dennis 824 Carnival said there is no need for a parallel public service that his utterances. So, Mr. Pierre, see, when you listen them fellas, you have to listen. You don't have to hear them, you have to listen. So Dennis the one the people, you see, there is no need for that. So that means since then, they think, but the thing about him, and I think what it is now, they don't understand because they're so inexperienced in governance. They don't understand they have some discussion what is not for the public. So every discussion they have internally is like when the adult beverage kick in, it tack in. It tack it. 8 to 4, there was a discussion, it tack it. Let me take the caller.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, Mr. And EV and Sepe. When I listen to the clip, that only one purpose. I see why we do that. And why they did that is to achieve the goal. Okay, in the beginning, they know definitely this is possible to happen. And I can understand that people who don't know. But when you have men that work within the public service and they know that is impossible, and you sit down there and you don't correct them who don't know, you are more guilty than them who don't know. Because you know it cannot happen. You work within the public service. I'm saying, and this is what somebody always say. You know, like we who do not work in the public service, right? And we understand that cannot happen. And people that working within the public service, go out and tell the people they'll be permanent. You know, the people will believe them because they say they understand they know it could happen. Right? But we the outside, I'm looking, even though that cannot happen. In all countries, there are contract workers. You cannot employ everybody in being permanent. There's more contract workers. And Mr. Carnival, no, definitely it can happen. And there are other people within the NDC, no, that this cannot happen. But they don't say nothing, they stay quiet. Because they want to achieve one thing, and one thing was to get the government. But in the act of deceiving the people, I know, like I always say, the word God says, but the thief come about to kill, to steal, and to destroy. Father God, I pray that more of the greater eyes will open and see what is the aim of this government, was to lie and to deceive the Ghanaian people and to achieve their own goal. And when nobody achieve it, they turn it back on the people that they lie for, and they hide it from the people. But Ghanaian, bad things only last for a time. They will come back a time again. They will come back again. But remember what they do and what they continue to do. All right, thanks.
Yes, scholar. We had Lennox Andrew. We have Cornwall, 824 Cornwall. We have Andrew. That I can't remember what Andrew. That one is a teacher. Andrew. And we had Persuader. These 4 individuals spend enough time in the public service that you ought to know, you should know, you must know. And people have to understand, because you work in the parallel service and you never sign a letter, they never give you a letter, it does not mean you don't have a contract. Having a contract doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a letter. And if you had a letter for 1 year, and after the year passed, you wasn't fired, you continue, the contract still exists. These individuals are tertiary educated individuals. I believe all of them have a master's degree. When you have a master's degree, you don't have to have a PhD. PhD is so when you want to do publication, you specialize in an area and you get your doctorate. These individuals spent years in the public service, and I would not be surprised if they hardly spend a cent to get educated. I am generally more upset with individuals who get government money. Government pay you to get all the education you have. And when you're done, you're coming back attacking the people of the lower echelons of the society. You are the ones to help defend the ground. You are the ones to help raise the bar on the ground. You are the ones to join the groups and organizations. And when I refer to some individuals in politics, and I say they are political virgins, because I did not know, I have no knowledge that it was ever involved in organizations and groups. I would not call Persuader a political virgin. Persuader was involved in carnival activities. So you have been involved in tent. Persuader must understand the level of poverty on the ground. Persuader must know the people in the community, some of the household, what it means for some individual with the income they have. Persuader must know that when a woman is working for 10, 15 years, 17 years, she might owe coats. She might be turning her hand. She brings significant income in the house. And Persuader must know the impact. Yes, scholar, welcome. Hello.
Hey, good morning. I get enough feedback.
Hey, go ahead. You kind of.
First of all, I was calling to find out if the internet service is good by you all.
Yeah, the internet is good.
But when I realized is because I was listening to my neighbor's radio. But when I realized is his internet was giving a problem.
The same neighbor?
Calling the station.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I was saying. One morning, one day I was working at the St. Paul's Roman Catholic Church. me and one of the co-workers was at the office, and he was making a call to one of his friend of his, maybe one of his girlfriend, and they was making some plan to go the evening and to what he would collect, what he would get, and that kind of thing. And the woman turned around and tell him, but you don't like so much. You know, he turned around and tell the woman, well, if I don't like for you, how you go love me? Me inside there, you know. So you know that tells you that's the NDC. They have to lie for them to catch the people, for the people to like them, because people like to live on lies. They had a record with the NDC before, not to say they didn't have. They had, and here again, NDC just lie for them and deceive them. People look at in 2008 election. What they do, they lie for them old people and tell them to go give them $400. What is $200? The man was campaigning. He was on TV, ready on TV. They say when NDC win, they take off his name of the list. They say the man grieve until he dead. I don't know how true that is. Look at them young people. Look at them young people. Them young people, they say we will give you all that $1,000. What is $700? When they go in, they send all of them home and they just hire 1,500 of them. 1,500 of their own. So that's the people, that's how NDC do to people. They don't like people. They only use poor people to climb the ladder. And we as poor people have to see that kind of things and more you trying to educate them, some of them, you're telling them the truth, they don't want to believe the truth. So you have to lie for them to believe. So when I really check it out, I don't disagree with NDC, lie for them, that is what they like. NDC, and they like some old worthless preachers. They lie, they watch the word of God and they lie for the congregation, and that's who the congregation running behind. You're telling them the truth, they don't bother with you. You have to lie for them to run behind you. You understand?
Yes.
That's how the NDC is this. That's how the NDC. So have a good day. I'll go to my next Wi-Fi place to get thing become a
Thank you. All right. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's sad, and I take strong objection to individuals. You see, I believe that our tertiary educated, our most successful people have to be in the forefront of the struggle, forefront of the battle, because we are better prepared. We are more competitive on the market, but we have to help those behind. So yes, they told the older, I remember this gentleman, I don't know how he died, but he was on television. They use an old man to advertise that they go get $400 so he go change his position. And they promised the people $1,000, the e-money.
Well, I have a nice one here for you, Mr. Pierre.
Yeah.
Irvin, COP, you know him?
Perhaps.
All right. They say his wife is a nurse. She was campaigning and telling people to vote for pension. So that again is lie.
I don't know why. And she said, you know, why you use the old man. I watch this old man on television and he sound good. He said $400. They use him.
The same person is saying they thought he was an NNP. Yeah. You know, he tried to fool Dr. Mitchell.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you come back now when you say the e-money, you get $1,000. E-money, go to fire the e-money. You come back now, you tell the e-money, you go make them permanent. And now all kind of helter-skelter. The same organization the people were getting their CVQ from. You want to put them under they're under the organization already. Some distortion and stunt to back out from promises you make. This is unfair. And it's unnecessary. It's not necessary.
It's like Kambule.
You need to do that. You give the people $1,000. I tell you, 5 people in Parklet, they take them out, you know. One of them was blind. One had 14 children. You know, she was not in a good position. It's the woman I met with the greatest sense of humor. She said, they take me out. God will deal with them. She laughing. You know, they took all the people, 5 from Parklet, and I always dare people to challenge me when I speak. Because I said 5. I know they might get 10 if they go and look. And I'm not speaking about the men. I don't bother with men at all. Fight from private. Yes, caller, welcome. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, my brother.
Morning, Mr. Pierre. Morning, Master Carl. Morning, Igwe. Yeah. How you guys going?
Good, man.
We
Great,
good.
man.
We good.
Right. Just look at what the NDC members, ministers do the first month, basically, they reach into office, what they do? They take a salary increase. That goes to show that the NDC don't care. These people don't care about the poor people. Because the same poor people are sending home, working for less than $2,000 a month. Them one of them don't have no heart. I say that this NDC is like Donald Trump MAGA people. They don't like nobody. You know? So let me see if they continue to do that, and let me see how long they will last in office.
Yeah.
So have a good morning, fellas.
All right, thank you.
All right, bless up.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
Yeah. Antonito.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre, now, like I was saying, Mr. Cornwall make this grandeur thing. And I am a Bible believing guy and a scripture believing guy. And that is the same kind of context Beelzebub use on Eve, you know. He tell her what, you shall not surely die. So eat it, you will see, you will become. So it's like, vote us, we go make you permanent. Knowing fully well, because Beelzebub knew then what the consequences of eating the thing will be. You know. But the same thing, for Cornwall, and watch. Mr. Cornwall, you need to come back to the people and tell them you're sorry. Because you know you blatantly told untruth.
Grenadians, you getting booed.
You told untruth saying you're going to make them permanent as soon as.
The stroke of the pen.
So, Mr. Pierre, so when they telling me, give them time, it to for Cornwall in ask for no time. You know? It to for Cornwall say, watch. As we come into thing, we fixing this. The Prime Minister say, by the stroke of a pen. So when they come and tell me now, they may just come give them time. For what? If I take what? If I take them at their own words, because Grenadian took them at their own words and vote for them. How now you say in our time when they didn't say not in our time? You say we go pay pension even though we have to borrow it to pay. There is no need to have any committee. There is no need for pension reform. Kit Mitchell, wicked. The union shouldn't go and talk to him because the matter is a constitutional one. No.
The union follow them?
No. You hear Miss Hazard, I am trying to grapple now. Like they grow a little backbone. This is how to talk now.
Well, I still have a lot of, I don't chastise Miss Hazard and Brian Grimes that much because they're in the public service long enough. But the gentleman in the Trade Union Council, TUC, this is an old warhorse. He ought to have known better.
The one in the Senate?
The one that representing the Senate. In addition to that, he know that ideology don't count in the world again. It's not about ideology. It have to be about what is good for Grenada. It's not about ideology. The trade union supposed to glad when you have high unemployment. Supposed to glad when government is making an attempt to employ people. They're collecting money as a result of these people in the parallel public service. Although they don't count them as their members, although their heart not in any struggle for them, they're still getting money from them. That's supposed to be important because the people paying union dues. Although conveniently, the trade union call it agency fees. But at least trade unions in the past try to seek their interests. You don't have the GMMIWU is practically non-existent, or if it exists, is practically dormant. So where is the voice for these people? You have political victimization for the first time post the 1979-83 coup d'etat. We never had that before. The government seems to incorporate it in the modus operandi. You have public officers, people who are senior public officers, making statement that all public officers know it is not close to the truth. Truth does not dwell close to these statements. But the ordinary people believe it because they don't know.
But Mr. P, I heard Miss Hazard on this narrative thing. And speaking about the PS in Karaku, I was like, damn. Is it like the PS in Karaku do meeting with them? But when Dr. Kit Mitchell asked them to come,
well, they refused to meet with the PS.
They do go. Yeah. No, they come. So I don't understand. You say you don't think in, but I'm trying to understand what is going on here. Because Daisy Hazard on record saying that she was rooting for Claudette. So, as you say, when you're in certain position, your political discussion had to be couched.
Yeah, couched.
She didn't couch us. She said, I was rooting for Claudette. And she supported Claudette at them.
And she supported the government to close the back door.
Yes. Because when the whole thing is going on and the government thinking, they say, no, the matter is it's a constitutional matter. We don't go in and talk to Dr. Kit Mitchell. Grimes said he was an admirer of Tevin. The sheriff in Karakou, walking in police station and going all in the cell area. No, you hearing them and them thinking some kind of thing. So I take this thing with a grain of salt, Mr. Pierre. I wonder if they will team up with the present government and saying these things are to fool Grenadians too. Because when Cornwallis said he knew exactly he was lying. So I wonder if one day I'm trying to say that no, it's not a trick again. Because you can't trust them because them they supporting these people and them. And these people and them coming out and lie to the people, tricking the people. So when I hear Daisy and them, I kind of wonder, God, black man, poor people try and get tricky again.
Yeah, they get shaft.
Because you didn't go in the meeting with Dr. Mitchell. You didn't even go to hear what he had to say. You just don't go. But now you're begging to even meet the PS in Karek. What is this place coming to? Mr. Pierre, when I hear Daisy and Brian and them talking, I tell all my friends and the children, sanitize their life and get their heart right. Because God come in.
You told me
You
tell me that too, you know.
Even Gates, I say Gates.
Yeah, you tell us we go see.
Get your heart right with the maker. Because when I hear Brian and Daisy, I'm talking, I say the world coming to an end.
We'll see that.
Because it's the same set of people who, by their utterances, convince people to support the Congress. So when I hear them talking now, Mr. Pierre, Mr. Pierre, get your heart right.
I've heard worse. You see, the Bible, the very Bible tell you one day is like 1,000 years. And 1,000 years is like a day. So we could be down here for 1,000,000 years again.
But
now our people have to understand that we are able to change things in our country. And God give us the power to change it. We must change it. We are accustomed want to speak with forked tongues. The gentleman say people like lie. People like things sex up and sensational.
Nice.
People afraid the truth. The truth burns. It hurts. But it's the truth. When we speak, more often than not, when I speak, I dare people to challenge me. I express my opinion. I know sometimes my mouth runs faster than my brain. So I like hell. When I say 70% of the people who exit school cannot pass English language and maths, they cannot meet the minimum requirement. When I say that the Imani program is the best program introduced in Grenada for the last 100 years. And when 824 Cornwall said what he said, he knew he was telling he was not speaking the truth. He was purposely deceiving the marginalized. When you deceive the marginalized, don't come and put and say God coming and God don't coming. Because the devil could cite scripture for its purpose. Albert Einstein warned us, don't trust morality in the hands of the highly intelligent. When I heard Dick Mitchell was a corporate lawyer, I asked a lot of questions because no time in the Caribbean we heard of any corporate lawyer that joined politics and did a good job. Never heard about it. And if an individual was a corporate lawyer but not involved in community activities, then he's a political virgin. And he's not accustomed. And if he brings his skills and talent in corporate law and decide to bring it in politics, lob, stock, and barrel, then the country in trouble. The country in trouble because he's going to make deals and wills without compassion, without empathizing, without mercy, without understanding that the majority of our people in the country is living from paycheck to paycheck. That we have 70% of our people that can't meet the minimum requirements academically. And as a result of that, the jobs that are available on the market, they don't have the skills to do it. This is why they could fire people with impunity. People who work for 5 to 15 years, women in particular. Women is the bedrock in the household. 60% of our women heads the household. And a good percentage of the man that head in the whole household, the woman have veto power. And if you could dismiss women with such scant courtesy, with disrespect, could you imagine the last day they work was the first day they replace her? Some of them would have left the office crying. It was not justified. You met a treasury. You met the Ministry of Finance, very big. You have money in it.
You meet it in gestation.
You also had $10 million that Dr. Kit Mitchell negotiated for Saudi Arabia, from Saudi Arabia, for budgetary financing. In addition to that, I understand you had another 20 million inside there, the third tranche. But yet the government lacked compassion. And they were prepared to put people on the job line when it was not financially necessary.
I have a question here for you, Mr. Pierre, from Ray Mitchell. He's asking, why are we not hearing from the trade unions?
Well, the saddest thing is when you don't know who you are. The trade unions got enveloped into the politics. Nothing is wrong in union lobbying political party and support political party, but they go there for a purpose. The trade union must go there to get rid of Kit Mitchell. And as a result, they lost their way on the track. And it's sad. It's not good for our country. It's sad. There are times when the trade union join up with the government to fight multinational corporation, like the incident, the situation with the cement factory. I think it's the Arawak cement factory. The trade union have to join with government sometimes to deal with multinational corporation. So nothing is wrong with the trade union in politics. But when trade union end up in politics for the wrong reason, then the tongue does get twisted. And that is what happened to them. The trade union is trying to find a way. They're trying to sort out from this mirage that they put themselves. We must never accept in Grenada. We had the experience with the 1979 coup d'etat, 79-83. You see what it was. A number of people jumped the country and go. A number of people left the country. A gentleman said he came home. His stepson, he said, well, he and his stepson they didn't have a good relationship. He sit down on the table eating. The boy come out to school. The boy take out the bag, he pull the gun, he slap it on the counter. He tell his stepfather move. The stepfather say, why be back, mommy? Walk out of the house. He make for his brother's house. That happened Monday evening. Tuesday, he was on the boat going in Trinidad. Is that easy it was? When you call police officers to a meeting, some of them, but they in Trinidad, I know.
They don't go in by.
Some of them gone in Rasta. Mackenzie make for the bush. He turn Rasta in the bush. They still go there and kill him. They say he leap. Mackenzie leap. Where is his body? That is what used to go on in the revolution. They had ministry of mobilization. Now the government come back. And I don't know, they must have read these things because these individuals, with the exception of a few of them, I don't know how much of them in the there was very active in government then, because all of them look under 60, they're under 55. All of them young, the whole group of them. No, so maybe they did not know about these things. And they did not, because they was not involved in groups and organizations, like Peter Blair. Since the devil was a little boy, I hear in Peter Blair's name, I thought he was an old man. Since this boy is a teenager involved in groups and organizations, football and carnival. So these individuals are well experienced helping people. Unlike the group of people we have running this country now. And if they listen to the Prince of Hate, their brain well tied up. And and this is the consequences of the action. It's unfortunate and it's sad. The 824 Cornwall decides that the people in the Bushing program, he want them from 8 to 4. Nothing is wrong with that. Government win election. Government could change the policy. Obviously, some people would not go and do that work. But he must bring toilet.
Yeah,
he must bring toilet. Yeah.
8 to 4.
So he must have a company line up already to bring mobile toilet.
It is believed one of his associates within the party went to him and said, man, you're mad.
No. He must, don't surprise these guys when they do things. He must have an agenda. He must have a company line up already to provide mobile toilets. So you know how much money it would be?
Yeah.
Because if you have 10 gangs on the road for 3 weeks, then you have to provide 10 mobile toilets every day, and you have to empty it every day. Because if you leave it by the road, one of them green, you don't give work, my capside it. So you have to remove it every evening and bring it back. So a whole industry of mobile toilets in Grenada. Because once they work in 8 to 4, they must take lunch.
But no ingredients, you know he ain't think that true.
No, just surprised to know the guys sit on paper. These individuals are theoretically.
I don't think about that.
They are theoretical.
People want mess in the bush.
No. No, because the genesis of his discussion was value for money relating to time.
Yeah.
So he might tabulate on time.
Not quantum.
But what are the parallels he drew about the public servants working from 8 to 4? But that is not an issue. It is not a parallel argument because public servants appointed to pension level posts who working from 8 to 4 entitled to pension and gratuity and all other things, which they may when you do things. So you cannot use the public service to justify that jackass statement.
These people are accustomed writing paper. They speak well, the grammar good. That's all what about the people. If you watch their lives in total, it does not necessarily reflect success.
Because the school children say more when he had the bingo in them, like they say he didn't look into.
Well, you see,
100.
Is it practicality?
I don't know.
Sometimes.
And what was sad, Mr. Pierre, that school children was going and call people all about the Kwano achievement.
But listen, is it practicality? Well, no, it's difficult for him. It's a strange, if you're not accustomed interacting with human beings, it's difficult for you. It's a difficult thing. You could reach and feel really detached. These guys must sit down on the paper and calculate if 10 gangs on the road and one toilet every day, we have a new company coming up, blah, 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 blah. And they believe that, and a number of people would not bother with that work again. So they would have to provide, that's 8 to 4, you must have toilets.
He wasn't thinking that.
Well,
sure.
You believe they think at all?
I don't believe the man could be thinking that you plan one of the same, or they just call it thing they just have? Town hall meeting, and you go and see that in a town hall meeting and say you don't plan.
You know, they think about it. They think about it. One of the challenges we have, you see, they're not very practical. They're not on the ground. This is the difficulty we have in raising the bar. We have a number of Grenadians, the majority of Grenadians under 60 perhaps have secondary school education. We have a significant number of our people, I don't know if it's 10, 15, 20%, who have tertiary education. But because they are not interacting with the ordinary man, the bar on the ground is more difficult to raise. So if he's a professional, they don't want to talk to them. Some members of the family and all, they don't identify them. And that's one of the challenges we have. If we want to raise the bar on the block, if we want to raise the bar on the ground, then what we should do is to have our most successful stories interact and involve with the ground. And that would solve a lot of problems. Individuals have family members, they could educate them, you could help them. You in the groups, you in the cultural group, but we don't have cultural group again, you know?
Because Mr. Pierre, politics still remains grassroots, eh? Despite how we want to cut it, dice it out. You could get into government and you don't have a connection with the grassroots. You would never do things that making sense because you don't understand the plight of the people. No. A lot of persons, and you listen the whole thing when Parliament open, everybody claim poor. Poor bringing, poor parentage, poor upbringing. But what has happened to them as how you say T-lighter data, they become T-lighter data.
Yes.
So they lose reality as to what it is. So Mr. Pierre, a lot of them cannot remember or they forget what it was like going and sleep hungry. They forget what it is to actually live from hand to mouth. So when they're making this decision against poor people, to them, they don't feel in them. So the people they make going Carrico and others, they don't see it like they're taking their livelihood. They see it like these people and them didn't support me. So they don't feel in that thing, Mr. Pierre. So all how they claim poor people. And listen, this, Mr. Pierre, watch this. The poor people governor, the Right Honorable Dr. Kit Mitchell, when he looking out for people, you hear what they say, he keeping them poor. He giving them handout. That's why they beating him up for looking after poor people. The one who understand poor people and poor people children and bring plans like the Imani and other things, they say you're keeping them people poor and you're giving handout. But those who are don't giving handout, I don't know like how they feel to go in parliament and talk out poor and they come from poor thing. When every action so far they take is against poor people. So what you're trying to do, you're trying to beat up on the fact that you was aligned to poor? How could you utter in the People's Parliament all claim ponies? I don't hear one of them didn't want to claim ponies, Mr. P. All claim they come from poor parentage and poor bringing and humble upbringing. But as you get the thing, you're beating up on poor people. We'll take a break here, folks, and take the news, and we'll be back.
Maybe the psychologists remind them to remind themselves the poor.
You might feel they're taking advantage on the colonial people and they do poor people that.
It's real. Okay. It's 91.9. Yes, news is next.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest update of news produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, home St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our full classes, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Locally, in a joint effort to promote visual art and intelligent dialogue, Oliver Benoit and Asha Maines presented a panel at St. George's University this past week. In the region, in Jamaica, in December, the Bank of Jamaica will begin pilot for Central Bank Digital Currency, CDBC, in 2 constituencies. Javon Keys have the details.
BOJ Governor Richard Biles says the aim is to test the responsiveness of the market. Mr. Biles made the revelation earlier during the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee PAAC meeting.
We don't detect from our surveys or our interactions with the market that there is any revulsion to it. It's just a matter of laying the foundation, then starting the campaign to educate people to use it. I remain optimistic about it.
Thank you, Javon. Around the globe, Tesla is under criminal investigation in the United States over claims that the company's electrical vehicle can drive themselves. 3 people familiar with the matter said. Here are the details.
Sources say Tesla is now facing a criminal investigation in the US over claims it made about its electric vehicles and their ability to drive themselves. According to 3 Reuters sources, the US Department of Justice launched a probe last year following more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal. The investigation focuses on the driver assistance system, autopilot, and whether Tesla misled consumers, investors, and regulators. This was a typically bullish Elon Musk in 2015, the CEO of Tesla.
I think, but I'm quite confident that within 3 years, the car will be able to take you from point to point, like basically from your driveway to work without you touching anything. You could be asleep the whole time and do so very safely.
Just a year later, in 2016, Tesla's marketing materials touted autopilot's capabilities. And on a conference call that same year, Musk described it as probably better than a human driver. A video currently on the company's website says, quote, "The person in the driver's seat is only there for legal reasons. He is not doing anything. The car is driving itself." Tesla has, however, explicitly warned drivers that while using autopilot, they must keep their hands on the wheel and maintain control of their vehicles. Such warnings could complicate any case the Justice Department might wish to bring. The DOJ declined to comment, while Tesla did not respond.
Thank you, Reuters News. In sports, former Reggae Boys Ricardo Fuller is coach Stoke City Academy. This was the latest update of news. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
Football action continues at the Kirali James Athletic Stadium this weekend in the 12th annual Wangiji Super Knockout Football Tournament. It's week 3, and on Saturday 29th from 7 p.m. Game 1, it's a derby as 2 teams from St. David's clash. Eastside 11 Devils comes up against Blast St. David's Football Club. Then at 9 p.m. Queen's Park Rangers versus Spice Mobile Idlers Sports Club. Then on Sunday, another 2 matches. Carlos Electrical Happy Hill U19 takes on Montreal Sports Club at 6 p.m. and in game 2 at 8 p.m. Antillean Group GBSS versus Hard Rock Sports Club. Admission to both games $20. The 12th annual Wagiti Super Knockout Football Tournament is on. Don't miss a game.
The biggest show of all time is coming to Grenada as Make Noise Entertainment presents Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice. Saturday, November 26, 2022. Featuring Shensia. Yes, Shensia is coming.
Hey, it's the girl Shensia. Catch me perform live at Fire and Ice November 26 at Grenada National Stadium. Grenada, me forward. Meet me there.
Get ready for Fire and Ice. Ladies, walk out.
Let your guard down, girl, don't put on up front. We want to get nasty. In the car, that's the after party.
Shensia is coming. National Cricket Stadium. Grab your limited early bird tickets now. Available on O2Fed and all authorized ticket outlets. Stay tuned for more information.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machine. Yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfecting cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and clean cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
The new National Party invites all to its beach social on Bathway Beach on October the 30th. Come and enjoy socializing with friends and family, domino, cricket, cards, and more. Full-fledged entertainment and fun starting at 10 a.m. Loads of food and drinks on sale. Come enjoy the friendship and the love. The new National Party Beach Social. We're heading to Bathway Beach October the 30th. It's going to be epic.
The Housing Authority offers products that people can choose from, products that people can access. And I think anyone looking to build, just call the Housing Authority of Grenada. The service was superb. Every step of the way, they collaborated with the owner, they collaborated with the builder. The builder himself was really good. For what I've seen them do, I have to say that from buildings they have done in the past to where they are now, they have come up to speed with modern trends, modern designs, and I think I will advise anybody.
We can all use some holiday cheer, so Christmas is coming early this year. Get set for all your favorite Christmas music here on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-Con, and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with my wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With much new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize the new driver cannot drive.
Can't hold the wheel legally. That's something here for you one.
Yeah, give me. Clip after clip after.
Everybody,
Put all Imani under permanent staff. Put all nurses under permanent. Put all everybody. Just put them because you're wicked if you don't do it. Yes. Go in government. Go into government and do that and find out who is going to support you. Go, then you will find out and they'll say, I didn't understand and I did not know. That's why you have to come in to a training school first and learn before you become
the jefe.
The jefe.
824 Carnival, I hope you're listening. You see, you go make everybody permanent. There's no need for parallel, Mr. Pierre. Now you're in government, you're backpedaling. But if you only go in training school
it'll be like the
and take the training,
it'll be like the hefe.
Can be hefe without training. Mr. Pierre, I want you to take the first crack on that.
Yeah, I think I like this statement the Prime Minister make. You have to come in a training school. What does the Prime Minister mean by training school? What does Kit Mitchell mean by training school? Training school in politics is involvement in the community.
Definitely.
In community activities. You know, you involve in the community, the groups and organization in the community. Groups in community now dead. If somebody ever prays, you involve in it. Tivoli Salaka, River Sali Salaka. You know the genesis of it. You work with people. You might be involved in carnival activities or Christmas activities, or you may even be in a political group. That is what the Prime Minister means when he says training school, you know. So you understand what's going on the ground. If you want to enter politics, and I always make the point, people who want to enter politics, that decision, somebody come in your office and tell you he's a good man for politics because you have deep pockets and contacts. The present Prime Minister was sold as a man with deep pockets and contact. Now you come in politics, and this is a challenge a number of people have. Sometimes they don't even know how to set up. They don't accustom walking in front of man door. They don't know how to even stop on the block and engage conversation with younger people. They have no experience with that. And that's the challenge we have. Somebody asked me a question a couple days. What is my opinion and position on Peter David? Peter David don't want to go and learn nothing in school. You could see this individual well understand the political ground. He understands it. Some of these blunders I see individual making, a number of people will make it. I call the name of Collis too, Bowler, a number of others. Emmeline Pierre. Emmeline Pierre was involved in a number of organizations. I always remember Emmeline Pierre interviewing a young man, a young talented individual on stage. And she was saying to him, you have a lot of talents. You're going to reach far. But your name, you can't continue with the name that you have. I think that person's name was Baby Killer. And she was saying, let us choose a name for you. She was there with a whole number of group, children. Let us choose a name for you. I don't know a long time I don't hear about this individual. I don't know if he still have Baby Killer. No, it's Mr. But Killer. at that time, she saw you're going to reach far, but you can't have the name as a Baby Killer. They won't accept that in the international community. And as a result of her involvement in groups and organizations and interviewing people in the prison, she was attracted. People say, this individuals look as if she could make a good politician. And that's one of the challenges we have. And this is why I always say to people, when people want to go in politics, it can't be because you want money. If you want money, don't go in politics.
But go on for work.
Go and look for work. Guys, speaker says his woman want to be a nurse. And he thought the woman was very extravagant. She want gold chain. I said, no. Tell her don't go in nursing. If she want to be a nurse, she's like a nun. Nurses don't make money. They see after people. They work hard and committed. So if it's money she want, go and get another job. Don't go and be a nurse. There are some jobs that people have to understand. It's not high money making job. And this is why in the public service, when people work in the public service, it's not a big money job. And if you want to go in politics, it has to be about helping people. It has to be about the greater good for the greater number. It has to be about you supporting the marginalized. I take strong objection to individuals who go in politics and seems to treat the people who is less fortunate or the people who fall in the lower echelons of the society with contempt based upon the attitude and the language. That people are them greedy and needy. Very dismissive of the people in this category. I take strong objection to it because our society invests in people so that they will help us. Our forefathers, they invest in educate some of the best sons because they wanted to control the factors of production. They already had labor and land, but they didn't have initiative. So they send the best sons to go to university. And some of them get free education, and their role is to come back and help us to meet our objectives. So when people make these statements and we're doing things directly to disadvantage the individuals in the lower echelons of society, then I don't know how we could agree with that. I don't know how we could agree with that. Somebody asked me, what do I mean by people in the lower echelons? Well, if your income now is under $3,000 a month, then government do not tax you personal income tax, because government believe that you're just there borderline and you're struggling to live. The government believe that you need about $3,000 a month so you could make it. It means also, if you're working for that you may not be very competitive on the job market. And this is some of these individuals making much more than that. Some of them have not identified with the communities. They have not been involved in the development of the communities. Their communities are struggling because some of the best brain in the community in terms of academic, and I always remember when I say best brain in terms of certification, they have a briefcase of certificate. They refuse to identify with the community because they believe they're in a new social class. The community is beneath them. They don't satisfy. The brother, 824 Cornwall. This individual come from St. Patrick's. He's in a big community. A community, when you come from that community, produce Maguire, a cultural czar. You come from this community. The question I will always ask, what role you played in the development of the community after you become a czar? Now you come in politics. A lot of the people in your community are involved in the bushing program on the road. Your objection is not the quantity of work to be done. Your objection is not the quality of work to be done. Because if it was the quantity, you are just add more. They're doing 600 feet, you say do 7. If it is the quality, you look at the management. Your objection is they have too much leisure time. So you want them to spend more time on the road. That is difficult for me to understand. Difficult. And you know, if they spend more time, some of them will have to either go to neighbors to do number one and number two. But if you initiate victimization as part of your modus operandi, they may not feel comfortable going in a neighbor house to do number one and number two. So now the government have to come and provide toilet facilities, mobile toilet facilities, because it's impractical to build. So you have to provide mobile toilet facilities for them to do number one and number two. Does that make sense?
You just finished the project for the money. Did he know about toilet?
Is that economic importance? But we want them, we have to help them to learn fast.
Well, Mr. Pierre.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre just finished the project.
It to full Cornwall. Left Riverside and St. Patrick is about 20 years ago. I didn't see it fit to come back and contribute as you are advocating.
Till I don't even know she daughter children. And she daughter have big children. Till I don't even know. And when the daughter, she begged the daughter to see the children, she want to bring Tilaita to see the children because she don't want to bring the children to see where Tilaita living in Ticolo.
In Ticolo.
And she still want Tilaita to do she. Yeah. She want to give her a makeover. And Tilaita says she does not wash her hair on Tuesday. She wash it on Saturday.
Once a week.
This is the challenge of these individuals who have a briefcase and certificate. Why you think they're so angry with Kit Mitchell? Because he bright more than them.
Yeah.
But he has not abandoned his community. He's so proud to walk around with his mother. Some of them don't want to see family members.
No, they hiding.
They hiding their parents.
They hiding.
Kit is so proud to flaunt his mother.
Some of them don't know their family members.
They don't meddle with them.
When they see them, they're asking if this one is a family.
They say they're greedy. Every time they see them, they want the money. So this is the kind of hate and envy that they have for an individual that perhaps cause a lot of them to go in politics. And this is the challenge, and we really need to change it because I believe this is one of the flaws of our black society today in Grenada. And if they could change quick, I will be very happy if Etofo could change and start to see the practicality in these things and be more helpful to his community. Because things one believes they should have known, they definitely don't know it. If you stand up and you publicly tell people you're going to make them prominent, you're going to do this immediately with the stroke of a pen, etc. And then you knew better, then it is pretty sad. And I always look back at some of the wise men of the world, they're saying, and I always remember Albert Einstein warning us. You cannot trust morality. It doesn't mean everybody. It doesn't mean everybody at all.
Yeah.
But what it means is that there are some individuals in society that tend to not understand that we need these things together.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Thank you.
And we'll be back.
Good.
Hold on.
Real FM 91.9 and 91.5, making spirits bright with all the Christmas classics.
Football action continues at the Kireli James Athletic Stadium this weekend in the 12th annual Wangiji Super Knockout Football Tournament. It's week 3, and on Saturday 29th from 7 p.m. Game 1, it's a derby as 2 teams from St. David's clash. Eastside 11 Devils comes up against Blast St. David's Football Club. Then at 9 p.m. Queen's Park Rangers versus Spice Mobile Idlers Sports Club. Then on Sunday, another 2 matches. Carlos Electrical Happy Hill U19 takes on Montreal Sports Club at 6 p.m. and in game 2 at 8 p.m. Antillean Group GBSS versus Hard Rock Sports Club. Admission to both games $20. The 12th annual Wagiti Super Knockout Football Tournament is on. Don't miss a game.
The biggest show of all time is coming to Grenada as Make Noise Entertainment presents Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice. Wednesday, November 26, 2022. Featuring Shensia. Yes, Shensia is coming.
Hey, it's the girl Shensia. Catch me perform live at Fire and Ice, November 26 at Grenada National Stadium. Grenada, me forward. Meet me there.
Get ready for Fire and Ice. Ladies, walk out. Walk out.
And let you got down, girl, don't put on up front. We want to get nasty. In the car, that's the after party.
Shensia is coming. National Cricket Stadium. Grab your limited early bird tickets now. Available on O2Fed and all authorized ticket outlets. Stay tuned for more information.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone disinfecting cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
The new national party invites all to its beach social on Bathway Beach on October the 30th. Come and enjoy socializing with friends and family, domino, cricket, cards, and more. Full entertainment and fun starting at 10 a.m. Loads of food and drinks on sale. Come enjoy the friendship and the love. The new national party beach social. We're heading to Bathway Beach October the 30th. It's going to be epic.
The Housing Authority offers products that people can choose from, products that people can access. And I think anyone looking to build, just call the Housing Authority of Grenada. The service was superb. Every step of the way, they collaborated with the owner, they collaborated with the builder. The builder himself was really good. For what I've seen them do, I have to say that from buildings they have done in the past to where they are now, they have come up to speed with modern trends, modern designs, and I think I will advise anybody.
We can all use some holiday cheer, so Christmas is coming early this year. Get set for all your favorite Christmas music here on Real FM.
Yes, folks, and we're back with a bang. You like that? You like that drama song, eh? Let me give you one time.
This is you asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-Con, and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with my wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say
The new driver. He going.
Give me the clip there now.
Which one you want?
With Dr. Mitchell, because
you want back the same one?
Yeah, the new driver.
You like drama this morning? Give me that day now.
You lose it up.
No, man, you're right here, man. It's take a little process to get to it. Lose it at all.
Everybody, put all the money on the permanent stuff. Put all nurses on the permanent. Put all, everybody, just put them because you're wicked if you don't do it. Yes, go in government. Go into government and do that and find out who is going to support you. Go, then you will find out and they'll say, I didn't understand and I did not know. That's why you have to come in to a training school first and learn before you become the hippie.
Yes, folks. We have the principal with us this morning. We have to talk the principal. Prince, you need no introduction. Lead off from that clip and do your thing.
So, pleasant good morning to Mr. Pierre, Mr. Cato. I don't need to call you Sarge.
Call me Squaddy.
Squaddy, yeah. So, a pleasant good morning to everybody, to the listeners of Real FM. A pleasant good morning. Well, a clip like this needs little or no explanation. It basically, for those who don't understand, it's basically saying to the Grenadian public at the time, when you're on the outside looking in, everything looks good. You're growing up, mommy and daddy is affording everything for you. Everything is being brought home. And to yourself, you're like, yeah, boy, that look easy. And you get into adult stage and you realize what the exodus from you really was, or from mommy really was, or daddy, to get what they got. And hence, in this clip, the then Prime Minister was simply saying to the Grenadian people, hey, you would have listened all the plans that those in waiting have. The regularization, taking out everybody on contract, doing X, Y, and Z. And simply he was saying to the nation, hello, this is not a walk in the park intention. This is an intention in which we know, and he at the time being in government was simply saying, this is impossible. This is a task that cannot be met that easily. And so the other side simply said, no man, he don't like Grenadians. That's the reason why he's doing that. He don't like poor people, children. He wants to keep them on contract. He don't want them to be as educated as him and have what he has. Yeah. So the intention, they believe, was to keep the Grenadian people at a certain way. And so now we're hearing, even with him not speaking, we heard him recently in a female voice when the Attorney General simply mentioned nearly everything, maybe not verbatimly, but nearly everything that he said.
How the evidence here, when you want to hear it?
Play it. Just remind. Just remind.
Issue of contract work and how unfair contract work is, whether it's taking place in the public sector or the private sector, and the need to regularize as much as we can contract workers. But let's be straight. We got to be straight with the nation. Contract work and pension reform must go together. Because we commit to pay the retroactive pension, and we are doing so. We understand the import of the ruling of the court. But so as not to do severe damage, perhaps even irreparable damage to our economy in the long run, we must work out a pension plan going forward that's sustainable. Because as it stands now, when people retire, they are entitled to NIS, that's public servants, I mean. They are entitled to NIS plus government pension. And government pension is a non-contributory pension, which means the government alone pays everything into the pension fund, plus under the NIS law, the government pays 6% into the NIS, into the National Insurance Fund. So going forward, that will be a really hefty sum that the IMF and everybody else have already warned is not sustainable going forward as it is. Plus, if we regularize contract workers across the board without at the same time treating with pension reform, what do? We bloat the public service. We expand the public service, and in so doing, the amount of people who would be eligible for pension. So we call on our friends in the labor movement to sit with us and work out an acceptable mode going forward, where everyone will be happy, where we will not leave an unbearable financial burden for those who come after us.
That's it there. We have a call, one time, stick it. Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to Mr. Pierre. Mr. Pierre, I want to say to you, you're doing a very good job. Your host there, you're all doing a great job. But I want to say something. I want to make a point or two here this morning. You all hearing me?
Yes, we're listening.
Yeah, we're here.
Right. Now, during the campaign, I said that to the country, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. You cannot have a corporate lawyer fighting for the bourgeoisie of this country and surroundings, and now coming to run for the prime minister or the leadership of this country, and expect him to look after the needy and the poor people of our country. When he's fighting the poor people of our country from day one, I also said that those promises, the first promise he made to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique is that he's going to pay the pension. The second promise he made, he's going to regularize people. The third promise he made is that he's going to look at the VAT and give and remove it for 12 months to a year. And if it doesn't work, he will find alternative. Now, I also said that these guys are very inexperienced in running governments. And people didn't understand that what they promised the people was a bunch of lies. They also talk about they're going to pay salaries twice per month. We know that ain't happening. But where are the unions today? I'm not hearing teachers' unions saying anything. I am not hearing the general union, Mr. What name that is the senator in the Senate.
Luis.
I'm not hearing they speaking about those promises, all those promises that they made to the Grenadian people. I'm not hearing that at all. Apparently, people are saying they're young, give them a chance. But you cannot give people chances when they are firing workers, putting breadwinners of families on the sideline. What is going to happen to this country? I am saying people could stay outside. I also said that in the campaign. People could stay outside and they could promise to run government better than anybody else. Look at Claudette coming and testify now. They have to put a structure in place in order to pay pension. Dr. Mitchell said it long and hard, pension is not payable like that. He had to put a secretariat together in order. Now I hear they talking about the secretariat. I am saying to Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik, it's time that we wise up and learn. NDC is not a government for poor people. They believe in the upper class. As I heard in the program this morning, they take $2,000 for traveling from way to way. I am saying, on the backs of poor people again. These are the same people who vote you in. I want the Prime Minister of this country to listen. The people who put you there is crying and they are bawling. Please take note. They are hurting, and Grenadians don't stand shit for long. Please understand, Mr. Prime Minister, you are hurting the nation. The other members of parliament is doing a bad job. They are hurting the people of this country. And don't try to imitate Maurice Bishop, because a lot of you did not know anything about Maurice Bishop and his progress from 79 to 83. I'll learn about it. So don't try to imitate them, please. Have a blessed day.
All right, caller.
All right. So I think the caller is basically saying what I believe every Grenadian have been saying between the last 4 months. All right. We have been informed during the campaign that this bunch would have shown, once given the opportunity to govern, would have shown inexperience. They were not ready in terms of the know-how, because some of the things that you see happening with this administration, it is simple protocols. It is simple protocols, and a lot of persons believe that, I believe supporters of the New National Party does not understand what transformation really is, or what it is when it comes to transformation of power. Now, what we're seeing happening here is blatant victimization. And we have to say it as is. Because if my contract is upping, I believe my employee, if knowing that my contract would be up in October, you would have gained office in June, you had July, you had August, next to 3 months, to know whether or not, hey, I have a contract, it would be up in October. I believe some form of dialogue, I believe, should have taken place to say to me, hello, you know, you have a month, you have 2 weeks on your contract, you have 21 days. And so after the completion of your contract, this is what we intend to do. This is not what we're seeing here. This is what is causing the disgruntledness. We're seeing persons leaving work on a Friday, being informed Sunday not to come to work Monday. Persons going home Wednesday and not tell them, and somebody call them and tell them, don't come back to work on Friday.
Yeah.
I remember one of the situations where an individual who went on holidays for just about 14 days, and when they were supposed to take work, I think the Monday, they met them on the beach and dropped a letter to them saying to them, don't come back to work at that time. Now, this is the disgruntledness. This is the unacceptable behavior of this administration that shows inexperience. And it is coming off not just in the manner that you're trying to victimize the persons who supported the other side. We have to take into consideration that even persons who have supported the other side, or even supported you, are friends to somebody who supported the NNP. So you are affecting not just the individual who supported the party, but let's take it to mean that this individual who is now victimized as a husband, his wife was a supporter of the National Democratic Congress. Now you take him away from his bread, and you're doing that on the basis of victimizing him because he's an NNP. Now, when he doesn't provide now, you are now disgruntling not just the NNP, but an NDC wife. The lady who is down the road with the shop, she's an NDC. No, that is the gentleman that used to come and make $150, $200 grocery by her. He is now out of a job because you victimized him. So she is now losing $200 that she used to get on a Friday. She's no more getting it. So, and this administration is not seeing the long term as it relates to governance. And I believe when we played the clip as it relates to Sister Claudette, I think she not verbatimly, but the word that was used by the then Prime Minister, Dr. Mitchell, at the Trade Center, asking persons to come along. Let us put this thing together. Let us structure this in a proper way. Let us put a thing together. They was be like, no, you don't want to pay it, man. He doesn't like Grenadians. 30-something years and he has done nothing for Grenadians. Let us vote us in, and we are going to make that happen. And within your very first sitting at the House of Senate, you are saying the very same thing. So my question every time I ask that question is, who fooling who?
My thing is, Prince, is simply this. Now, the union, and I keep going back to the unions, and persons wonder why I keep talking to the unions. Now, at the doorstep of the elections of 2018, Dr. Keith Mitchell, Prime Minister as he then was, calling the union, and they had a memorandum of understanding that relates to pension. Since then, Dr. Mitchell indicated to the unions, watch, how this 1958 thing structure, but if we follow this thing, you will bankrupt the country. So let us have what we call pension reform, where we agree that the workers, after you give your best of your service to the country, you ought to be compensated. But how it is scripted in the 1950s, and Sister Claudette said the same thing, how it is scripted there, it will bankrupt here, because what we have to understand, the colonial persons gave us the Constitution. And at the time when they gave the Constitution, maybe about 50 public workers he had.
Right.
So you have to understand the context of it. So he says here, here's what. We go organize with NIS, and we go give you 70% of your last salary when you go. I think that was fair. But the union was hell-bent on 25% gratuity. Then the breakdown coming up, Prince.
Yeah.
So when they call for pension reform now, they're still trying to pull the wool over Grenadian eye, because the matter is a constitutional matter. Sitting with the union now cannot remedy it, because it's a constitutional matter, and they don't have a track record of supporting referendum, which a referendum is needed to interfere with instrument of the Constitution. So them, even Sister Claudette now, saying what Dr. Keith Mitchell says is not genuine. They just back up in a corner. Because now to treat with pension and pension reform as she calling for, Prince, that can't happen. Because the same advice the lawyer gave them, that don't want to talk to Keith Mitchell is a constitutional matter, pension still remain a constitutional matter. So even when she said let's be straight, she's still not being straight. Because she has to say, if she was really straight, she has to say to the Grenadian people, this thing is a constitutional matter. And the constitutional remedy is a referendum and 2/3 majority. That is what the union had to say. No? But you find now they're quiet because they know that. But like they don't want people know they know that. So that's why they're quiet. The reason why they're quiet is not that they want to say nothing. They don't want people to know what they know. And they continue to collect monies from the people and they give the letters, knowing them not full-fledged union as they say, but they used to continue. Mr. Pierre is a union man. What did you take on that, Pierre?
I was involved in union.
But once a union, always a union, Pierre. Don't talk that.
Ordinary rustic of nondescript breed and not in the union. If you are involved in the union, then you must be part of the decision-making process. One of the challenges we have in Grenada, people like to end up in things, and they end up like a dumb-driven cat. They're in a committee, and they say nothing. The head of marketing board, and then they resign and say, I didn't know anything happened. That's one of the challenges. The union had Public Service International, their Caribbean Public Service Association that they are affiliated to. When you have challenges, you go to your parent body. The teachers have the corresponding international organization back into them. The unions engross themselves in party politics without thinking. Now take, for instance, let me go back. We had a situation in Grenada and the Caribbean where we had the worst pandemic ever in the last 100 years. We had an issue about taking vaccine and mandatory work. Union leaders refused to obey the reputable medical organization that the Grenada government, the rest of the Caribbean, encapsulate themselves under reputable medical organization. I had a good laugh in the rum shop me until I tell. I said, first time I see politicians hide behind reputable medical organization. The University of the West Indies complimented Caribbean politicians. The unions never seek assistance from Public Service International. They never seek assistance from the international bodies. They never consulted constitutional lawyers. And it's the same thing. This was a package that government and union had to sit down and go back in England and tell England you have to get some money. We never tried to work together. The National Democratic Congress stay on the corner and push all kind of deceitful fire. Encourage the union not to dialogue when the government call them to dialogue. Promise, Lord have mercy. They promise so much of things that every senior public officer knows that they can't deliver. Every senior teacher knows it can't happen. Any senior policeman knows that the National Democratic Congress was deceiving the people and the union give them the blessing. And now we in this situation. The NDC government now, you in control, you have to speak the truth. It's a good indication that the Minister of the Attorney General, Minister of Labor, she said we go speak frank. She said time to speak frank and fair.
One other thing I want to say, I need to say about the pension. Now these people are so deceitful. It's not funny, Prince. They made all the news and all the cohorts and disciples talking about 60 million, 60 million. Prince, you know right now, based on the information already collected by the pension secretariat, the money is 62 million already. And everybody else, and you have a lot of persons who do call it. As a matter of fact, I have a friend from England who write them. They tell him, no need to hurry, take your time.
Yeah.
So when Randall Robinson talking about only 60 million Kit Mitchell wicked, the retroactive, and Prince, I must say here, and I challenge them to that. Retroactive is not pension. Because retroactive is a one-off.
Not at all.
Pension is a continuation. So they know you with 62 million already with the information they have inside.
So that is
and here how they're frustrating people. They're telling some people like police, you didn't retire, you resign. The law never talk about retire. The law talk about years to qualify.
Yes.
Once you qualify, you're entitled to. But don't worry, the code go fix that soon. So they're trying to frustrate some people because he passed 60 already.
Yes.
And they're telling everybody, Kit Mitchell had the money there, wicked, 60 million. He's 62 already. Plus all those who tell they didn't resign, they didn't retire, they resign. Plus those who tell who they overseas and they realize when they read the ruling in like a police, once you make 10 years, you're entitled to something, they tell you, hold on.
Wait.
They say you don't must come now.
You understand me?
I think I could continue to fool people. And that is what the people I am doing. They always trying to pull the wool over the gradient eye. Even when Claudette say come straight, she don't saying it's a constitutional matter. She giving people the impression that they will go and sit down with the union and reform it when she know articles of the Constitution to be interfered with is referendum, and they always telling people no.
Yes. And that is the issue with this. That's the issue with this administration. It's just going around all bends, every corner. Just come straight to the Grenadian people. You ask for transformation in government, and now you hear them keep saying, it marvels me now to even hear some supporters and even persons that involve themselves around the National Democratic Congress speak as it relates to, well, the new National Party used to do it, so we can do it. So my question, as I always ask, is why did you vote them out? Why did you not elect them again? Because you're now saying, we're saying to you, hey, there is victimization taking place in Grenada. We don't like the level of the victimization. Oh, but Kid Mitchell did it in 2013.
Like he right.
Like it's the correct thing to do. You understand me? Oh, persons are being sent home. Oh, but Kid Mitchell used to do it. You understand me? But your agenda, your campaign promise to the Grenadian people was that you're young, you are going to see a transformation in the manner in which our political system is being dealt with. I can believe something of like happened recently yesterday, and I'm still marveled about it. That letters have gone out to some individuals saying to them, hey, you are dismissed from a particular job. And then to come around and say, nobody knows where the instruction come out. So
they're trying to blame the PS.
So I cannot understand that the permanent secretary in that particular ministry sits on her desk and say to herself, I feel the minister would tell me to do that, you know. So let me print the letter.
Donald Trump say, you just have to think about it.
You have to think about it, and it just happened. You understand me? Those things that you see happening, people, it is not a mere walk in the park. There are certain things that I believe that at this stage that should have been a customary practice. But Keita, recently, even on my live, I spoke as it relates to what is representation, ministerial position, and parliamentary representatives. We are seeing areas where these persons have not even won their seats.
And they go down and question and siren blow.
Exactly.
When siren blow in police station, they go down and ask them why.
You're questioning things that does not fall under your jurisdiction. It doesn't fall under you. A parliamentarian is selected or elected by the people. The seat of St. Mark's has been won by Clarice Modest-Cohen. She is the parliamentary representative. Anything that goes through this parish that involves the parish and the benefit in the parish goes through Clarice Modest-Cohen.
Yes.
If it means that there is something in the Ministry of Health and the Minister Lacrette comes to St. Mark's, he speaks to Clarice Modest-Cohen. So at the end of the day, if it falls within his ministry, and it comes to St. Mark's, the program that is taking place, the development of the medical station in St. Mark's, Brother Lacrette comes up there, even if there is an official opening or so on of the area, it falls under his ministry.
But Prince, intoxication is a bad thing, eh? Because it leads to hallucination, and hallucination encourage fabrication, and fabrication gives misinformation. Don't forget that, eh? And that's the hallmark of this present administration. Eh? They seem to be intoxicated. I don't know if it's on power or adult beverage. So they keep hallucinating because things they're saying and doing cannot be real.
It's not that.
And they fabricating because they're claiming everything. What already? They claim victory for 100 days and only things that NNP are in place in. And then misdirection is like, look at what happened with the groundsmen. They are classic case. You do that and then you say in the PS. But if the PS take on his or her own to do it, you don't dealing with the PS.
But it was
so it's lies.
It was delivered.
Normally, if the minister have something to do in a parish, he may not even consult the representative. We have a system where the winner takes it all. Mm-hmm. So with the representative, like Clarice Modest-Cohen, would able to ask questions in Parliament. That's where she get the authority in Parliament.
Right.
But in terms of the cabinet action, they don't necessarily have to consult an informer. So let's suppose the NNP had a project that they built completely, and the NDC opening, they don't even have to invite Clarice Modest-Cohen. They don't have to invite her because you see, normally government will do that, but since this government is in this mood they're in, where they out victimizing Green, they won't even invite her. They don't
what
have
is
to.
strange, Mr. Pierre?
Yeah.
The lady who ran against Delma Thomas.
That is Gloria Thomas.
I saw one thing on social media where she opened some office and told me the what was ascribed about the representative was not attached to her because she's a selectee, not a electee.
Yeah. She's
So
not the reverend.
when I hear 824 Carnival, I'm saying in the office, I'm saying, 824 and then win seat in the office, but who do win seat have?
She might be the caretaker of the
Every time these people speak, Prince, and you fact check them, it don't add enough. It just don't add enough. It's like the bright than the you say like Yogi Bear, brighter than the average bear.
But the question, I
don't know why.
A lot of the mistakes they make are rudimentary.
They're not mistake, man. They done willingly. I don't give them that forward, Mr. P. They're not mistake.
Well, in the sense that they had a transition.
Mistake is when you don't learn.
Right. They had a transition.
You only become that mistake when you don't learn.
So there are some things that ought not to take place because you have a transition team. But in terms of the minister, they don't have to consult the NNP representative on anything at all except Parliament. They don't have to give them any information. They don't have to consult them. They don't need the permission. If they have to come in the constituency, they don't. They could write something wrong on the constituency. It's laughable. Can you say you is a minister, a representative for the on the constituency? That is laughable, but you don't have to change it. Because you see, they evoke back the revolutionary spirit. And
yeah, but Mr. P, you say that, but is there not an established protocol?
Exactly. That is where it falls out.
There's an established protocol to that.
There's protocols to be established.
When the government go and put the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, and the Prime Minister say it is restorative justice as far as are concerned, all protocol jump to the loop.
No. What Mr. P, look at what. But you have a point. But even before that,
look at what the minister.
Before that, Mr. P, after the night of the election, when Dr. Mitchell called the President Prime Minister, the President Prime Minister told the nation that the opposition leader come, and he make it a point to tell the people. But it's not me what call him.
He didn't initiate.
So since then, all the protocol break down.
Yes. So what?
Because there's a particular protocol when you lose,
you must
the Westminster style. You call and congratulate, give advice or whatsoever. Yes. But he make it clear.
Yeah.
Keep Mitchell calling him, not me. I call him.
Yes.
So that they tell you.
That was the
whole mindset. So everything going forward now doesn't surprise me. No, and I don't call it mistake. It is deliberate.
No, it's not. It's not mistake. Like I said before, these things are so rudimentary. It's insulting. But normally, is the Prime Minister was showing, I have no olive branch or olive. At that time, the public didn't realize yet that he was initiating practically war against NNP in the workplaces. So they didn't know that yet. He said he didn't initiate that call. And you see the Prime Minister again going behind him, touching him behind the back, trying to show him, is that just politics? Let's not continue with this war. It's not in the interest of the public.
They tell him, don't let Kit Mitchell.
But is the Prime Minister supposed to do it because he is older? Yes. And he understands we don't want this animosity to go down on the ground. We're going to hurt people too bad. So that is why the Prime Minister went and do it again. But if you go back in history, you remember Peter David, Senator invitation to NDC members in some personal function he was having, and they rejected it. You know, and it tells you the nature. Somebody asked me about Peter. So going back. So they don't have to consult the NNP, the 6 members of NNP that are the representative. They don't have to consult them on nothing at all. I noticed Skeeter made that statement early and again, but they don't have to consult them on nothing. Perhaps common decency dictate that some things they should tell them. But you remember, the Minister of Finance said, in a very undiplomatic language and tone, that common decency dictate everybody in Foreign Affairs should resign. What the
Foreign Affairs Minister?
The Foreign Affairs Minister.
Yeah.
What he really did is to create a void in the foreign mission. He practically insulted them.
Let me read this to you, Mr. Pierre. Good morning, Dr. Clarice Modescoin. I aim to inform you that your request to comments respond to the budget on Friday, December 2nd,
by the leader of His Majesty opposition is denied him. So there is this situation where Dr. Mitchell would have prior engagement for that. So they indicate to the government what demand have some prior. They say you request deny you. They don't say let me come and let me see how you could think. So you don't not know what unity and togetherness and mistake with these people and them.
You see the NNP and
you don't have no mistake.
You see the NNP and perhaps the NNP should continue. The NNP is a very experienced political team.
Yes, very much so.
And they perhaps taking into consideration these guys on the wrong trajectory. So the best thing to do is to try to see how we technically try to show them. Because once they continue like that on the ground, you want to have some NNP on social medias.
One
because they're hurting people.
Not one.
Prince,
not one.
Prince, as you're here.
And you don't want this thing degenerate. You know?
Prince, you're here. You've been a member of the Royal Grenada Police Force for some time. Not a PC Natal police, I might add.
Yeah.
School children see. It is alleged, because I want to be I want to be fair, that the commissioner was in inspection mode and he was called to come back to the foot. But if the commissioner having commissioner inspection, who could call the commissioner from inspection to the inspection mash up ahead? Well, and he go back on the foot and he say, you have to go and leave.
Immediately?
Well, you have to go and leave.
Well, Brother Gator,
no, Prince, I want you to share a little light on that, because you've been a police more recent than they might say a little thing long.
Well, when I got the information from the school child, I was in shock, because they informed me that, well, what I know that is customary, the quarterly inspection that is conducted by the Commissioner of Police is done throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. He does it by division. I don't think there is anything that causes the Commissioner of Police not to come to an inspection.
Or to start one and not
or to start one and did not finish. Mm-hmm. It is a practice that when he starts, even if he is not coming again at the time, he might just be an hour late.
He might join the inspection.
Exactly. The Commissioner of Police don't show up to an inspection. So when I got the information that officers was just waiting for the commissioner inspection and was informed that the inspection is put off.
You know, the first message, he was informed that he was on his way.
He was on his way.
And then they see.
So I don't know when between that information that he's on his way to he's not coming again, he was on leave. No, normally I know the protocol is that when you're writing for leave, they ask you to write it within 3 days. Or even if you have to be informed that you're going on leave, that the person informs you, human resource informs you that, hey, you're asked to take leave between a certain time.
And if Public Service Commission decide to send the commissioner leave, he will know.
He will know. So it is funny that the commissioner is on his way, then the commissioner is not coming again, then the commissioner is on leave. I mean, first time I'm hearing it.
Am I?
Something in the matter. Something in the matter besides the person. This does not happen, and take it from my experience. The commissioner would join an inspection. If he's not, well, I can't say he's not coming. If your date for inspection is on the 3rd, it is very rare that the Commissioner of Police does not show up to an inspection.
And Prince, what behooved me was the commissioner is a creature of statute.
You understand?
The commissioner is a constitutional child. And the commissioner, may make rules to govern the force from time to time by circular and force order. So who could call the commissioner and send him on leave?
You said him on leave?
School children asking that. And who could call the commissioner and send him on leave?
And then to think about it, that we're about to hit what, well, me and you may understand the terminology. What is considered to be the Yuletide season?
Yes, when police.
This is an operationary season within the Royal Grenada Police Force.
Yes.
The Yuletide operations, as it relates to the Royal Grenada Police Force, normally commences about the 15th of November, which the commissioner heads the operation to ensure that your Christmas season in terms of, you normally get your advice and your safety tips and so on. So what could have caused the Public Service Commission, whom I know can give that instruction?
Who does that?
Who can just simply say to the Commissioner of Police, hey, we are sending you on leave. But even with what school children is saying, preschool children is mentioning that not just him, at least 2 other persons holding prominent positions at the headquarters,
John
was also sent on leave.
You see John too?
One who I believe was even at least 85% in maybe probably getting the position as commissioner, he was transferred to the Eastern Division. That yet still is preschool children, so maybe they don't hear properly. Let me give them the benefit of it.
No, let me tell you what happened in Prince. After the 24th of November, the real massacre was that.
Yes.
School children again see that they're trying to bring an officer in FIU, but John probably see the scruples on this guy not too well. But same. It is alleged that the same set of people who send the guy on leave is behind this thing. Well, I never see nothing so yet, and this transformational thing to me, Mr. Pierre, you don't have a set way. It's like, you go along the Christmas time, because when the Yuletide season and you have a banjo and you're strumming, so a man start to sing a song and then you strum and you pick him up. Because the deputy staff officer is a conform person to the rank. But school children say the staff officer don't conform to the rank. I don't know how this thing happened in the RGPF. And they say how the RGPF didn't so be managed good under the reign of Dr. Keith Mitchell. So I don't know.
But I can speak as it relates to
my Stick up
tenure.
Stick up in there. We have a call for the longest one.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, she hand up. Call back, caller.
Yeah, let me take the call.
Okay. Now, you see, the RGPF is so important in the stability of the country. That is my concern. Whether who or what that matter for them, Prince, but the stability of the state is my concern. The caller?
Yeah.
Let's see the call.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, caller, go ahead.
Yeah, morning. I just sort of familiarizing myself with the word mobilization. You understand? And what comes to mind is the thousands of people that live in the Russian country today for exile because of that mobilization that's taking place in Russia. They're pulling in all kind of young men, teenagers, and all kind of, and sending them to the front line in Ukraine and using them as bait. You understand? So mobilization to me is a dangerous word. You understand? And mobilization, the Ministry of Mobilization could be playing the deadly role in Grenada right now in terms of knowing who is who and firing who is who. That's my thought. Have a good day, brother.
All right. Yes, Carl.
Yes, Prince.
Yes. So the issue that the caller just raised, the mobilization issue, I believe that even recently we've heard basic rumors as it relates to the Russian information that we receive. Let's hope they don't get as far as get here to Grenada. All right, but having to speak on the RGPF issue, now there has been a demoralization within the organization, the Rockland Police Force. Not many persons get the opportunity to interact with officers ever so often. But I can recall during the campaign, when the information was brought to the now Prime Minister as it relates to the condition of the P.T. Martinique police station, he used that information to ensure that, let me ensure that I get the police on my side also. So we heard about all the officers being brought to scale, gratuity, pension conversation, fix all police stations, so on and so forth. And now all we're hearing is that same level of victimization now being done within the organization. Persons are being transferred to places in which I believe, and listen, the police force is transferable. The RGPF is the organization.
One thing they tell you, as you join the work
is transferable. But I believe in this modern policing era, if an individual, I believe, used to be wrong, Dr. Micha, we understand that he can be transferred. Most of the persons whom we know used to do the personal security for the Prime Minister at the time.
They are well trained.
They were trained. They were special services unit. State spend money to send them in places to do what they do. And then to take them out from the area, from Dr. Mitchell, and send them in areas like traffic department, ordinary police stations. To me, I believe it is a means of humiliation. That is how I see it. Because if an individual has the ability to, let's say, small arm or small firearm training, and you removed him from around the security of the Prime Minister, what was wrong in getting him to a department that is equivalent to his training? CID, maybe back to SSU, so on and so forth.
But not only that, Prince, there's a lot of police officers who been undercover, and you're blowing the cover by sending them in them places.
Ain't no one that was there for more than.
And they have a lot of persons who are the contacts, how you treat with. So I think some of this decision is not made properly in my view.
Well,
for security purposes.
That is what we've been seeing, and even the allegation as it relates to the Prime Minister, sometimes going on errands by himself, or taking the vehicle and
going
being
on frolic by his own.
You understand me? That again, and sometimes on my page I address that. People may not understand the level as it relates to that security. We normally say in Grenada, Grenada is a small place, nothing is not happening. But you need to understand that you have the majority, yes, to have gotten you in governance, but there's still disgruntled individuals in and around, right? And you never know what the intentions of others. That is another thing I believe that the RGPF should have been addressing all now.
I say this, Prince. It is not the individual, it's the office of the Prime Minister. A lot of people feel, okay, that Daiso the man is. But it's not about the man, because if you do intend to uphold the esprit de corps or the decorum of the office, don't take it. Because Mr. Pierre is about the office. A lot of times we don't understand it's not about the individual. It is about the office which the individual holds. Because you have to have respect for the office. And not about you. It's nothing to do with you, the individual, but it's about the office. What you take on that, Mr. P?
Yeah, that's one of the challenges you would have when we believe that we can maintain the status, the standard, the environment by electing people who seems to be totally against it. They're not through the system. They put it green, the inexperience in that area, and plus that they go there with such an angry, vengeful vendetta. It's going to always happen. I always say the Ministry of Finance in Grenada seems very productive. The government came in power and they acknowledged finance have been doing well. They're collecting even more than they plan to, projected to. The police force in Grenada was well respected in the Caribbean. Now, if you go inside there and you don't respect that, you could really disturb the rhythm, the professionalism of the police force. It doesn't mean that you can make changes, because the job is transferable, just as the public service. But the purpose is not change. The purpose is to psychologically wound individual who you believe that they might have some political inclination, or their relatives have political inclination. And that is why the government introduced the Ministry of Victimization. The Prime Minister says not so much transformation, it's restorative justice. So you're going to see more and more of that in Grenada. As it filters down on the ground, you're going to end up with hate. And maybe that is why the prime minister, the previous prime minister, has been making all these overthrows to the government to understand. The election done, you win. The prime minister, the previous prime minister congratulate you. He said, don't take anything serious or personal. You say you didn't initiate that. Every effort or overthrow made by the previous government to you, you shun it. While you continue to incorporate victimization. People just have to know about the revolution to understand the impact of the Ministry of Mobilization in such an era. You speak about the groundsmen. There's the work of the Ministry of Victimization. The government put Andy, and they see Andy, in my opinion, as a patriotic bourgeois. He's expendable. It's like Tillman Thomas. At one time, Maurice Bishop felt people like Tillman could be used. He don't know how stubborn Tillman is when he had his conviction. He might be a slow thinker, but when he is convinced, nobody can change him. That's why he go to Bishop, and Bishop set him in jail. The other lawyer in Grenville pee himself, he get free. But Tillman don't have no fear in him. This man is when he believes what he believes. So these guys read about the revolution. They maybe read Maurice Bishop, the line and match speech, and they want to take it because they don't have a plan of their own. Now, this thing is deeper than people. Just concentrate on the Ministry of Victimization, and you're going to see what it is. Andy is expendable. At any time, they will get rid of him if he no longer serves their purpose. They realize he's maybe a guy with a good heart and he's ambitious. So he could be used as a patriotic bourgeois. Maurice Bishop classified bourgeois, intellectual bourgeois, petty bourgeois, patriotic bourgeois. But Maurice Bishop say you could work with patriotic bourgeois. Yes. Maurice Bishop sent people and train based upon if you were proletariats, they send you to do a certain thing away. If you was petty bourgeois, patriotic bourgeois children, then you go and do something else. But those real petty bourgeois, you don't have nothing to do with you. You either jail you or you get to die. He refused to even train the children. There are some bourgeois in Grenada, Maurice Bishop refused to train them. They were young, intelligent, and bright. Bishop said, don't meddle with that on them. They have to run from the country. This is what somebody, because Deacon can't tell me, Deacon is no socialist. But whoever is the mastermind between his party must convince him to use that trend, to victimize people. And he's the right person to use because of his profession. Yeah. He doesn't have compassion. He don't have a history of having compassion. He's a corporate lawyer. He's not a criminal lawyer. So his history, he don't have a history of having that. He could learn, but I don't think he wants to learn. Look at the manner in which Deacon stay on the stage. The first time he was provoked or tormented, and politicians can have thin skin, he used the mic and the power of the crowd to use obscenities. No other politician have done that in Grenada. None. There was a politician in England that made some negative statement. He thought the mic come out of his mouth. There's a politician in Carriacou that tried to hide the mic to cuss a man behind his back. Well, the mic let him go. No politician in Grenada has involved people to use obscenities in a crowd on a stage. None has done that. The first time he loses his school, all you see this nice, legal, quiet talk there. In Tobago, he said it's not it is not transformation, it is restorative justice. Yes. And then you find the Ministry of Mobilization, Ministry of Implementation, and whatever. Anytime you have to give all these big words to determine one ministry, you know you're not genuine.
All right, Mr. P. Time check for you, 5 minutes to, we have 5 minutes more in the program.
So we will let Prince close it.
Yeah, let Prince close.
let it teacher close it.
All right. So basically, Grenadians, we are saying to you, just remember some of the things that was said by the past administration. And putting aside the conversation of victimization, we would realize there's a lot of things that are being said now that was said by the past administration. We would have heard, as it relates to Dr. Mitchell saying, those persons need to first understand what is politicians, what is governance, what it means to campaign, and what it means that when you gain power, how you do what you do. And what we're seeing now, we still are of the belief that the National Democratic Congress are still in campaign mode. While we're saying to you, hey, you have won the election. Your role and function now to the Grenadian people is to serve every single Grenadian, despite of color or whatever they would have believed in. The rights to you now that have been given is to act in the role as Prime Minister, ensuring that the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, the benefits are being met. We are quite aware that during any transformation of government, there are going to be let-offs. There are going to be transfers. Persons are going to feel the pinch of the new governance. But the manner in which they are being done as of present are causing a lot of disgruntledness, not just among NNP supporters, even with the National Democratic Congress supporters. We are seeing things that are happening that should not be happening. And we're using the simple word, Brother Keaton, protocol. There is protocols to be established. Even one of the contracts, I had the privy to watch of the groundsman contract. And it indicated even on the contract that 1 month before, if your contract is to be terminated 1 month before, you will be notified. They was notified 1 day.
They same day, man. 24 hours no pass yet.
Before. So we are saying to the Grenadian people, if you are an electorate in Grenada, despite your vote for NMP or NDC, and you believe that you cannot share your political opinion, then better you just drop back your voter's ID. Because as a Grenadian, if you can say to an administration, you are doing this incorrect or you're doing this correct, then better you're not a voter. Once you are of the prescribed age to cast a ballot, you can express yourself despite whatever side of the table you're on. I remember the time of the New National Party, even when things happen in my displeasure, I spoke about it. But we're not seeing that. We have the lockjaw syndrome that is going on right now. The unions have absolutely nothing to say. The teachers are having the best time of their lives. The nurses and so on who cried for full contract and they're going to be made permanent. They recently signed contracts again. The condemnation that was given to the then Dr. the Right Honorable Kate Mitchell. So we're simply saying to the Grenadian people, it is your time to say whatever it is that is bothering you. And we're asking for every Grenadian to understand that this is democracy. This is politics. It is okay to share your opinion at any given time.
Mr. Pierre Good?
Yes, thank you very much. And we have another opportunity again anytime we're back on.
All right. It's real. It's 91.9. We have come to the end of the extension for Tooth Friday. Prince, we thank you for coming through.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. Have yourself a blessed day. And the people online watching, stay there. And have yourself a blessed day.
The tune
Bye.